some 3 million
So I think
84,000. The project
as at November
involves
2024
a construction of a 3-story
was made
appliance
as
bay
November 2020.
at the squad room and offices at the
Claiming
national headquarters.
that payment was not made from their end.
What you claim, the auditors claim, is that payment of some 3 million and 84,000 was
Chair,
made
please,
as at November
the evidence we
2024.
cited affirm that payment
Was made as at
has been
November
made, and is the
2024.
reason why
And he is now claiming
it was captured
that
as such.
that payment was not made from their end. For the
So, Chair, please, the evidence we cited affirm that payment has been made, and is the reason why it was captured as such in our report.
But you see, it brings to he claims that the Ministry of
for
Interior
the
paid
issue
the remaining 3 million
communication.
and between the audit service
You
or the
still
auditors
let this appear in the
and
books
the agency
as
involved,
if,
because it's an outstanding commitment. This is a contract about 5 million. They paid 1-point-something million at their end. He claims that the Ministry of Interior paid the remaining 3 million, and you still let this appear in the books as if it's an outstanding commitment, or that need to be cleared.
Honorable Chair, you know, we were given an amount to validate. At the end of the process, we had to account for each. Even if it is rejected, we have to account for it. That is why it's reported.
But I think it's the explanation or the notes to the
it
figure
came from
that
one
you could
source.
have. And so when I'm accounting sort
for
of made it
take
a
the
bit
whole
clearer
thing
and then
what it
account
is
for it now. But I think what Minister said will cure some of these things.
These are,
if it comes through one channel, tomorrow
so
they'll
we
be
need
in a
to look
better
at it and see
position
how
to
best
account for it fully.
structure some
of
of
these things. I'm happy with what the minister
I know
said.
it came from one source.
And so when I'm accounting for it, I take the whole thing and then account for it properly.
For
To
giving out commands
but
and
to be
sending out
honest
some of
with
these
you,
things.
these
It's
are
not the
and
only
these
way.
things keep real
I
caring.
think you should also
And so we
have
need to look
stricter
at it
measures
and see how best we
such
can
that
structure some of these things. I'm happy with what the minister said. Minister,
you have
getting one source for giving out commands and sending out some of these things is not the only way. I think you should also have stricter measures such that maybe you already have it, that you have limits, that beyond a certain limit, person A cannot do this. Beyond a certain amount, person
it will help
B
us
cannot
check.
do this.
So all
some
these
of these
things will help.
But clearly,
So that if it
you
all boils
see
down
a
to
payment that
reconciliation,
is beyond
constant
5 million, you know, making sure
it is your chief director.
If you see a payment below
with
5
what
million,
we have,
it is
this will go a
the
long way
deputy
to
check some of
you
these
understand?
things. Maybe if you can put some of these things
Madam
in
Chair,
place,
well noted, and thank you
and
so
it
much.
will help us
And then,
check
the auditors
some
are
of these
also
things.
saying
But
that
clearly, it all boils down to reconciliation,
payables
constant
amounting to
reconciliation, making sure we
3.3 billion
reconcile
were not
monthly,
recorded in
reconcile
gift
quarterly with what we have. This will go a long way to check some of these things.
Madam Chair, well noted, and thank you so much. Mr. Chair,
And then
I hope the Chief
the auditors
Director
are also
could speak to
saying
this,
that
if you will not mind.
payables amounting to 3.3 billion were not recorded in gift miss.
Madam Chair, for all that I know, any transaction that is done in
Mr.
the
Chair,
ministry,
I hope
it
the
is
Chief
done through
Director
the gift
could
miss.
speak to this, if
When
you will not
this
mind.
particular issue came to our attention, we requested for documentation for us to know exactly what they are talking about. Madam Chair, but up to now, we've not received. For all that I know, any transaction that is done in the ministry, it is done through the gift miss. When this particular issue came to our attention, we requested for documentation for us to know exactly what they are talking about. But up to now, we've not received any documentation. So we'll go back to them for them to give us the documentation that shows that this particular transaction didn't pass through gift miss. For all that I know, every transaction is done through the gift miss platform. Thank you.
Auditors, would you want to respond?
Chair, please, the transactions we validated documentation was provided, and we had details of the information they provided for us to validate. What we are affirming is those transactions in GIFMIS. And throughout the process, we've had, so we had a debrief meeting before we exited. We had another meeting at finance to explain those details in terms of the specifics, which we couldn't cite in GIFMIS, although we validated a number of them. So this was a recommendation that going forward, there was a need to ensure that those transactions are properly reflected in GIFMIS.
So we'll be happy, we'll step this down and be happy for you to share the transactions amounting to 3.3 that you discovered were not on GIFMIS.
Right.
And then they in turn will validate as to whether truly it happened or it did not happen. So we'll be happy to we'll step this down, do that exercise, and then we can incorporate the findings into our report as well, because this is a very serious issue that we need to clear as soon as possible.
Mr. Chair, if you permit me, I'm not an expert in financing, but Madam Chair, you have been Administrator of Finance. You and I know there's no way any payment will get to controller if it's not through the GiveMe system. Unless there's a way that people can walk to controller with documentation that has not gone through the GiveMe. So if truly this is something that has happened, it is something worth not just cross-checking document. It's worth investigating that people could get to controller level without passing through the system. I mean, for me, it's even a crime. So, Madam, I agree with you. We must get them to get the facts, and let's interrogate it properly so that we'll see which method was used to get that to controller, so that we can make sure that it never happens. So I agree with you that this is something that they must provide us with the details. Thank you.
Yeah, Minister, that is the norm. We all hope that everything goes through GIFMIS, but sometimes things happen. That is why I want them to let you have the document where the 3.3 for you to cross-check and validate whether truly this is the situation before we can incorporate it into our report.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. To the Acting Chief Director, I'd like to find out from you during the exit meeting, were you at the exit meeting with the auditors?
Yes, I was there with my minister.
That's what we requested for those information.
Okay.
And that is where we requested for those information, sir. Thank you.
Minister, I think on this note, we have dealt with your security agencies, and what is most important is the controls that you put in place and the constant reconciliation to prevent some of these occurrences happening in future. And so with this, we'd like to invite NIA to also come in. There's an issue with, maybe we'll have to discharge you, Chairman.
Well, Chair. Well, Chair, I mean, I'm happy if we are done with the service commanders. I can assure
Yes, that had to do with the stalled construction projects and the paid commitments.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are some small issues which boils down to system controls and reconciliation. And I'm speaking to all the security heads as well, that let's do some of these things. Check our system, make sure we are on top of the system, put controls in place, and also in terms of reconciliation, let us do it constantly. If you can get one person in charge of that so that the person can own it. Usually when you say it's for a division, there's no ownership per se. But then when you have one officer doing that consistently, the person knows that if anything should happen, it is me they will call. And then the person can own up and make sure I mean, they discharge their mandates as is expected of them. So that is one thing I would advise all the security agencies to look into doing. And you continue with the controls at your end. And also at the agency level, please have your controls and systems up and doing so that you can prevent some of these reoccurrences.
Yeah, so
but on this note, I think I'm done with the security heads.
Okay. So I want to thank you sincerely and seek your indulgence for the heads of the security agencies to excuse that, because we're supposed to have had a joint intelligence committee so that they can go, but they can leave fewer officers, maybe the technical ones, so in case something comes up, then I will stay with NIA till maybe we are finished with NIA, but with your permission, since the heads of the agency are here, so that they could go and hold on to the front and deal with other intelligence issues, if you permit them, Chair.
That is granted, sir.
Thank you so much. So there's...
Please ask the question for me. I want to go and see the security agencies.
NIA, could you please introduce yourself to the committee?
Mr. Chair, my name is Wisdom Kwakudeku. I'm the Executive Secretary of the National Identification Authority. With your permission, I will allow my other technical team to introduce themselves.
Mr. Chair, I'm Mohammed Suleiman Swaleo, Director of Internal Audit, NIA.
Mr. Chair, my name is Frederick Doe, Director of Finance.
Mr. Chair, my name is Elijah Mohammed Nazir Seidu, Acting Deputy Executive Secretary, National Identification Authority.
Do I have to also introduce?
All right, Honorable Gape will be asking the question.
Thank you, gentlemen. You are welcome. Basically, your question is related to unsupported commitments. Yes. During the review from the auditors, there were no documents to be verified, to verify, authenticate, or validate the commitment amounting to 3,852,091 Ghana cedis 451 under the National Identification Authority in respect of registration of Ghanaian citizens aged 15 years and above. What's your take on that?
Mr. Chair, if you permit me, I'll let the Executive Secretary respond to this.
That's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With your permission, I'll hand it over to my Director, Head of Audit, to answer the question.
That is fine.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, NIA submitted documents for the payment of revenue guarantee amounts payable under the government support agreement, totaling $43,674,686. That is the claim. That is the amount that we submitted for payment. And when you convert it to cedis at the rate that was given, to amount to 679,141,376.32 Ghana cedis. Again, the Chairman, over the period April 2019 to 31st December 2024, NIA validated revenue guaranteed invoices totaling 314,848,000 $1,544.97. That's the commitment. And when you translate into dollars, it amounts to $4,894,874. That's the commitment. Out of which a total payment of $264,713,713.39 United States dollars payment was made, leaving a total balance, outstanding balance of 50.7 million. 50.7 million. That was the actual balance left. But Mr. Chairman, in December, So you don't know the figure? Yes. Yes. So, Mr. Chairman,
sir,
to end it all.
With all due respect,
Okay.
we ask you a specific question.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, the 3.8 billion,
yes,
we don't know how they came by it.
You don't know how we came by it?
Yes, because we're not giving the details. But our figure was
But when the auditors came, they had an exit interview with you, right?
Yes, yes. When they came here, they validated the 43 million. It was PwC, 2 officers who came, and we gave them all the necessary documents.
But before they left, didn't they tell you about the 3.8 billion?
No, not at all.
They didn't mention anything to you?
No.
Auditors, could you please answer that?
Honorable Chair, as I mentioned earlier, we had debrief meetings with all institutions before we closed the audit. We also had another meeting at Finance. So in the schedules submitted for our review, there was outstanding commitment of about $907 million. If you do a translation of it, as at December, and comparing it with the translated figure, it leaves a balance of 3.8 billion emanating from translation differences. And it's those translation differences that we are saying that when you do that translation at the year end, then that balance on the commitment side could not be supported. And we had debrief meetings to engage on these matters before we been translated, and you have to single that difference out.
So I guess our challenge is that clearly these are administrative. It's not deliberate, and then you had exit meetings with them. So if you had conclusive discussions at your exit meetings, then these don't have to appear in reports for us to come and waste public funds in trying to interrogate.
Honorable Chair, there is a commitment value. So we had received a schedule from Finance saying that this is the value of commitment as at 31st December 2024. Go and test and be sure that that amount is correct. So if you do a translation of it and it's not correct, or it doesn't add up, you need to flag it to say that that translation at the year end is this amount and doesn't compare to what had been included in the schedule which was given to us to audit. So you really have to communicate on that to say that when you do the translation, this is the difference that you are getting. And precisely that is what we did, and it's even in the detailed report.
Yes, so the figure that the entity is submitting to Ministry of Finance must be compared to the translation rate that has been given. Okay, so if you have $100,000, and we are saying that the translation is 15 cedis per the dollar, you have to multiply that and send the figure to the Ministry of Finance. If you are sending something that is higher than when you multiply the translation rate and the actual amount, and it comes to us as auditors, and we also do analysis and we see that the figure is overstated, we would have to report on that. And that is the reason why it has been captured in the report as such. And so we needed to report on it because it was an anomaly. It was a figure that must be rejected.
Mr. Chair, in fact, like I rightly said, a lot of these things that happened, some of us were not there. But during the exit meeting, I tried to understand what this whole thing is about. And I must say that with the greatest respect, I'm not the one to show auditors how to work. When we are exiting, let us all countersign. Let us all counter. This is what we've agreed. Because it's not helpful when you come into a public face and then it becomes we and them. I can think it. Let us all countersign that this is what we've all agreed. Even if there are disagreements, let us state and all of us will sign, countersign that this is what we were exiting with. Because see, with the NIA, Madam Chair and Chair, if you permit me, it has a life cycle of 15 years. And each year and its commitment. If you go and take the whole of the life cycle and then try to bulk it and say that you are saying that this is a commitment that is this, then you are wrong. Because the thing is said that, Chief, let me try and explain further. Mr. Chair, the NIA, it wasn't signed today, it wasn't signed yesterday. It was signed like 8 years ago? 8 years ago. The understanding is that this is a national identity system that is so important to government. But it is done with private money, with the understanding that the NIA will generate some amount of money. And NIA is not able to generate, let's say, year one, we expect that we will generate $10 million. If NIA generates $9 million, the $1 million that they couldn't generate, government will guarantee that and step in to hold the system so the system doesn't collapse. So if the year ends and NIA has been able to generate $8 million, what it means is that the guaranteed revenue government has to supplement will be $2 million. So if you are talking in respect of that year, you'll be talking about the $2 million. You'll not be talking about the subsequent year, which is maybe a $10 million that's supposed to, because it's not yet there. And that is why I'm saying that, and if you look at as at December 31st, 2024, the exchange rate that was being used is different from the exchange rate today. And my sister, the chair, is here, who attests, finance will never pay you based on an exchange rate of yesterday. If they are going to pay you money, even if you have calculated as of yesterday the exchange rate of, let's say, 11 cedis, if today the exchange rate is 10 cedis, they will pay you based on today. So for you as auditors, and with the greatest respect, not teaching you what to do, it's better to keep it in its denominated form, the dollar. Because if it's going to be paid, it will be paid as at the rate of that day. So if you go and try to translate it by using some exchange rate, every day you change that figure. Because once the money is going to be paid, they will use an existing exchange rate. So to cut this argument short, to say, in the exit meeting, this issue that they are raising I went with the agencies. I sat throughout. There was not a single, if they will admit, there was not a single meeting that I did not attend, and I said, even my deputy should attend. And this never came up. That's why I'm saying that when we are hesitating, let us countersign to say that this is what we all agreed, so that it kills the argument. But if you take the advantage of your position where you are, the final report comes from you. So you can go and put it in a certain narration that doesn't reflect the exit meeting. Obviously, you create this. You may be speaking about the same thing, but you are putting it in a terminology that doesn't sit well with us. And we are not able to answer because, so far we are concerned, we never agree with you that there was anything near this 3 billion. What we know, our headache, the outstanding for the guarantee payment was just about 50 million, right? Yeah. $43 million. Yes, that's what we know. So if they are saying there's some 3-point-something million, Chief, Chair, I will say that if you want, just like you've done with the other, you can stand there and ask for the details, and let us all look at it. Thank you.
All right, auditors, you have anything to say before I roll on?
So, Honorable Chair, we have the details here. So we'll submit it.
All right, so we'll step it down.
Yes, the figures as we have it emanated from NHI.
Okay.
The exchange rate is here. Sorry, NI, sorry. The exchange rate is here. The December translation is also here. So
Okay.
we'll give the details and
All
then
right.
we'll take it from there.
We'll step it down and then we'll move forward on it. Okay, so Honorable Minister, we are done with you and your agencies.
Chief, we want to thank you sincerely for your invitation, and I want to assure the committee I keep learning a lot anytime I meet you. You know, I don't have any finance background, so I learn a lot from how to help keep my agencies upright. And I want to thank you once again for the opportunity to have interacted with you and to assure you that we'll do everything humanly possible to protect every person of the purse, government, the public purse, from our end. So thank you so much for the invitation. We are grateful.
Minister, it's always a delight to have you here. So we are also equally grateful.
May we call NCCE, please?
Just one issue.
Yeah. NCCE. Clerk, could you make them take the oath, please?
Yes, please. Let's do that. Yes, madam, please.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay.
You left the Bible. Yes, please.
Okay.
We start, please. I, Victor Robbie, do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
Whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay. Okay.
Could you please introduce yourself to the committee?
Honorable Chairman, my name is Victor Kofi Broby. I am the Deputy Chair for Finance and Admin of the NCCE.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Samuel Asari Ekwamo. I'm the Deputy Chairman in charge of operations. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. I'm Monica Mamata, Director of Finance, NCCE.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Kathleen Addy. I'm Chairperson for the National Commission for Civic Education. Thank you.
All right, NCC, you have one item over here, 8.8 million, reported as payable as of December 31st, 2024, were rejected due to a duplication within the Ministry of Finance compile schedule. What says you?
Thank you very much. As you just read, this duplication emanated from the Ministry of Finance, and so it has actually nothing to do with us at all. The claim we submitted was validated and passed. So this came from the Ministry of Finance, and I think it was an honest error.
Auditors, what do you say?
Honorable Chair, indeed, as indicated in the report, the error emanated from the Excel document. From the Excel document used for the compilation, and that information came from finance for us to validate. So indeed, it is what we had indicated in the report.
Okay, so that's what she's saying, right?
Yes.
Madam, you are discharged.
Thank you very much.
May we call Minister of Defense, please? And after them.
I, Ernest Brojajanfi.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue. Shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Honorable Minister, could you introduce yourself and then allow your delegation also to introduce themselves?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm Ernest Bruja Jenfi, Deputy Minister of Defense, and I would like for the team members to do a self-introduction, beginning from Director Engineering Service.
My name is Colonel Riafe, the Director Engineer Services, General Headquarters.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Frances Enyonam Sosu, Director Internal Audit.
I am Group Captain Marc Odalai France, Director Supply Ghana Air Force.
My name is Lawete Tete, former Chief Director, Minister of Defense.
My name is Emmanuel Kate, the Chief Director.
I'm Brigadier General Salifu Osmanu, the Defense Financial Controller.
I'm Frank Oliver Podo, the former Director for Procurement and Supply Chain Management. Thank you.
My name is Colonel Bezeda.
Please speak through the microphone.
My name is Colonel Bezeda, Director Ordnance Services.
Thank you very much. Honorable Abna Osaya Sir will be asking you the questions. It's just one.
Madam Sosu, Dr. Sosu, did you go to Wesley Girls? Oh, you look very familiar. Thank you very much. This is just by way of an opening. We were told you sent 7.7 billion claims, and 7.7 billion and 7.4 billion was approved, and 336 million was rejected. Lack of documentation, duplication, what is it? Can you tell us?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, if you check the details, it does not actually reflect that. What was actually rejected amounted to, I believe, less than 100 million or so. I think there were some projects that were not on GOG which were submitted. So, for example, the Ghana Armed Forces have some other internal projects, and the understanding was that they needed to submit all projects. And so that's why you can.
So they did not make the distinction. But you said out of the 336, according to yourself, it was 100 million. So we still want to find out. The auditors, did you make a distinction between their own IGF projects and Government of Ghana projects? They are explaining that that is the reason why there was that discrepancy of 336 million. So if you can throw more light on that. Minister, please, can you turn off your mic?
Honorable Chair, we couldn't know what is internal and what is IGF. We're moving with the information given to us from Finance.
So respectfully, Ministry of Defense, so it was your duty to make that distinction to the auditors, that these are IGF projects and these are GOG projects. And so to sit here and say you are disputing the 336 million because out of the 336 million, it's only 100 million that pertains to Government of Ghana projects. Who did the auditors meet? And who were the people at the exit interview? What was the discussion that went on? Did you dispute the 336 million?
Honorable Chair, I believe that if you check the report, you can see that that distinction was even made by the auditors themselves. So I don't understand why they put all of them together back again. We have a project running, that's the Army Headquarters building, which is funded from peacekeeping funds. And that was submitted, which they rejected because it was not a GOG funded project. So I was expecting that in the final analysis, those projects would have been taken out so that we can clearly see the figures.
So the 100 million. You said that, so the total rejected from GOG should be 100 million. Can you throw some light on the 100 million?
Okay.
I can confirm.
All right, okay. So if you check the observations, you would notice that about 77 million contract documents that were submitted were rejected because the contract had expired. And also they flagged what they called unsupported commitments, which was about 42 million, which was also captured. So the point I'm trying to make is that the summary as they put as 336 million includes some other projects that were taken out because they are not GOG projects, which were, if I should say, wrongly submitted.
So, Minister, one of the issues that were raised had to do with falsified stores received advice. We are being told that an amount of 4.8 million was processed to the BTA stage and was rejected because the vehicles to be supplied under that particular contract had not been delivered to the ministry. However, stores received advice dated October 12 had been signed or had been issued, indicating that the ministry was in possession of the vehicle. I'm sure you can identify the person who signed the stores received advice. Is the person here with you today?
Yes, the former procurement director can speak to that.
Okay.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, the vehicles were duly delivered by the supplier with the relevant document. And a team was constituted comprising procurement, transport, audit, and store. We inspected the vehicles and were found to have met all the required specifications. Based on that, we initiated the process for the payment, for the release of funds from the Ministry of Finance for the payment of the vehicles. The store receipt advice, which is mentioned there, was never dated 12 October 2024. The instrument was dated 10th December 2024, after the delivery of the vehicles in the inspection. Thank you.
Auditors, can you speak to this before I continue?
Yes. Honorable Chair, this matter came up before we left the field. In fact, we had wanted to inspect the vehicles as part of the process, the audit process. But the vehicles were not available for our inspection as of the time we were on field. So I'm not sure when the deliveries came, when the vehicles were received, and the committee that really did the inspection. But we had requested, because this matter came up during the ESI conference at Defense Ministry's conference room. Yeah, so I'm not sure about this. If it's
so do you have a copy of the dated SRA advice slip. Do you have a copy of that?
Honorable Chair, we're checking from our records.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Because he's disputing that. He's saying that there was a stores receipt advice for the 10th of December and not the 12th of October, as has been stated in this report. So, respectfully, are the vehicles in your possession?
Mr. Chairman, the vehicles were not at the ministry at the time the auditors arrived. This is because somewhere in January, the supplier came heavily on us that he had information that they were not going to pay for the vehicles, and so demanded to take the vehicles away. So we considered the issue that to release the vehicles to the supplier and then bound him to keep them for us by extending the contract. Because at the time...
With whose authority did you do this?
Well, it was advice I give to management.
You,
yes,
in your capacity as?
No, it was advice I give that this is the request from the supplier.
A whole military institution. In your capacity as, what's your role, please?
I was the director for procurement.
Director for procurement?
Yes.
And you gave such a directive. When you don't you have lawyers? Don't you have a chief director at the ministry? And in the chain of command, I know for the military, they don't joke with that. And so you sit in your office, take a decision that is binding on the whole Ministry of Defense.
Mr. Chair, it was an advice I give to management that under the circumstance, if the vehicles are kept and we are not able to pay for them, it may lead to judgment debt for us. But it's an option that we can explore. That is, we extend the validity of the contract so that the supplier will keep the vehicles for us at such a time that the ministry has the money to pay.
Madam Chairperson and Chair for the proceedings, Director of Procurement, Ministry of Defense, and I'm happy the Deputy Minister is here, and I believe he's the CDS. Okay.
As the Director of Finance.
Director of Finance. You see, this exercise is a very, very important one. Parliament is being called upon to review a report that in itself was a special audit. It's a special audit. It's not an ordinary audit. And you see, when you were responding to the question, you spoke as if the auditors were at fault. That the vehicles have been brought, it has been received, and blah, 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 and that ended it. And the auditors looked terribly inefficient. Only for the follow-up to expose what happened. And I'm certain that this is why at the management conference meeting, the auditors rejected your explanation. Now, to even extend the contract suo motu is an issue for me. The course of action open to the supplier was to make a demand at that point. To even tell us that the supplier was able to take the vehicles from the military. It is what? Then if it's Parliament, they'll just run over us. No, so structurally, we need to, you see, the public accounts, the hearings, and the report that we generate is also to bring reforms. It's not only coming to respond to questions and leaving. So we need to look at reforms. This cannot continue. You shouldn't be responding to these matters this way. You must first of all admit that there was a problem. So at the time the auditors came, they came to see the problem. As they have captured it, they were right. But subsequently, this was what happened. Then the chairperson or the Madam Chairperson who was questioning you will have an idea as to, but you painted the picture as if everything was fine. As for the auditors, they will report what they have found. It's up to Parliament to take a decision. Now, so has the contract been ratified? The extension that you advised that it be done? You extended the man's contract, and then that is prolonging our liabilities, and then the man continued, the supplier continued to exercise lien over the vehicles until we paid him, because he didn't have the vehicles to utilize. He kept the vehicles exercised by way of lien until we found the money. Are the vehicles available now?
I know which the contract has expired. And so the vehicles
Are the vehicles available? That was the question.
For now.
Yes or no, please. And then you can explain. Are the vehicles available?
No, which
Respectfully, are the vehicles available? Yes, they are available. No, they are not available.
It's difficult to say yes and no because...
No, respectfully, sir, we are not joking here. This is a serious matter. You are questioning what the auditors have put in this report. And we are giving you the opportunity to explain yourself. And you are telling us that it is not, you cannot say yes or no. Someone who cannot say yes or no, respectfully, is lying. And that is why you cannot choose between yes or no. And you are under oath, remember. You have come to dispute the reports the auditors have put in here. You are saying that the stores received advice was not dated 12th October and that you have one that is dated December 10th. The auditors are saying the vehicles were not there. You said something contrary to that the vehicles were brought, you saw them, you inspected, you signed for them, and later you asked the person to come and take the vehicle away because the person said they were afraid, the supplier said they were afraid we wouldn't pay. And so you went ahead on your own to extend the contract. Now we are asking you, are the vehicles here? And you are saying you cannot say yes or no.
So where is the supply?
Honorable Chair, the vehicles are not available. I was at the ministry March last year. I didn't see the vehicles.
So respectfully, should it take your minister to answer a question that you are supposed to answer? You were the procurement manager. You went ahead. I don't know if you unilaterally extended the contract. Respectfully, where is the supplier? And we want to see the extension of the contract to the 10th December stores received advice against what you are saying the auditors cited that you're saying it's not true. We want to see all that. And respectfully, the supplier, I'm told, well, it's here, is the Global Supply Network. Is that the name of the supplier?
Yes, Honorable Chairman. That's the name of the supplier.
Global Supply
Network.
Supply Network.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe we would want to have a word with the supplier as well.
Okay.
Minister, respectfully, what is the way forward on this particular infraction? But we'll be happy to have the 10th December SRA, and I know the auditors will also furnish us with the 12th October that you disputed under oath today. They'll furnish us with it, and then we can also come up with recommendations. But Minister, moving forward, how is procurement of vehicles, based on this issue that has come up, how do you go through the process to procure vehicles for a whole Ministry of Defense? That one person can sit in his office and determine when the vehicles should come in and determine when a contract should be extended, and that same person cannot answer whether the vehicle is in the ministry's possession or not. Unbelievable.
Honorable Chair, this is an issue that we were all surprised to hear about. And I think that the way forward is to put in measures that will prevent any future occurrence of any such issue. What I noticed is that the transport director or transport officer, manager, has not been on the same page on this particular issue, because I think per the arrangement, when goods are received, they are kept at the stores, which means it will still be under the control of the procurement director. But if there was an officer who had custody of the items, it would have been easier to get the story validated. Another issue is that I have seen the inspection report, but I do not see any pictures to see even how the vehicles look like and all that. And so it's also one thing that we must improve upon, so that every inspection must come with pictorial evidence of what exactly were inspected. So these may be helpful in preventing such occurrence.
Minister, please, respectfully, I want to find out who inspected the vehicles and then who signed the documents that they have received the vehicles. Who inspected the vehicles and who signed? But before that, I think the chairman for the day wants to acknowledge the presence of our majority leader. So I'll give him that space first.
You've already done it, so what do I say? We've been joined by our majority leader, Honorable Muhammad Yarga, leader of the House and leader of our government business. You are welcome, leader.
Minister, please, you can go ahead.
Well, Honorable Chair, when I checked, I think there was a representative from procurement, one from internal audit. I believe there were about 4. Stores and transport. There were about 4 officers that did the inspection. And the inspection happened, the report as I saw was 5th December. And the store receipt...
What year, please? 5th December.
5th December 2024.
2024.
Yes. And then 5 days later is when the store's receipt was issued, which was 10th December. So there's an inspection team, and there's also those that received it. That's when the receipt was actually issued.
Madam Chair, thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, let me find out from your Director of Procurement.
Former director.
Oh, he's the former director.
Yes,
Great.
He's now with another ministry. So.
How long did you work with MOD? That's one. And okay, he's still a former. So MOD, do you still work with this supplier in respect of other services?
Mr. Chairman, I worked with the Ministry of Defense for 7 years plus, and the supplier Mr. Chairman, for that, I can answer that, whether you're still working with the ministry or not.
Now, when did you leave the ministry?
Especially, I left the ministry in May 2025.
May 2025. How long did you deal with this supplier?
Well, I can't remember the particular day, but he even supplied for us some batteries previously.
Madam Chair, we need to invite the store manager who signed the documents acknowledging receipt of the vehicles. He must be invited as well. He must be invited as well. I'll give the...
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think that it's also important that we contextualize this issue. The audit issue here is falsification of store receipt vouchers. 2, the vehicles in question were supposed to be used for monitoring of the 2024 elections and border surveillance. As far as I understand, this is so critical to the military. So even if you received the vehicles on the 5th of December, how come it took 10 additional days, 5 additional days for the store receipt vouchers to be issued? How come they weren't deployed for the very primary reason you bought them? So there are a lot of questions on this. And falsification of receipts at the Ministry of Defense is unthinkable. And so, Honorable Chair, I think there must be something else on this particular infraction. I invite you, the vehicles, we are told the supplier has taken them back from the military. Ghana Armed Forces.
No resistance.
It's unbelievable. Chair, I invite you to do something about this. This is public financing and integrity of our military.
Mr. Chair, and also the committee need to invite the officers who went on inspection of the vehicle. They also need to be invited to this committee because the 4 people that went for inspection of the vehicle to ascertain that they have received the vehicle, the committee will kindly invite them also to hear from them.
Honorable Chair, if you'd allow me, I think that I have to correct the impression. The vehicles were not in the custody of the Ghana Armed Forces. It was in the custody of the Ministry of Defense, and we have military protection at the ministry. I want it to be clarified so that...
Well, Minister, is the same thing. Military protection. The military protection is made up of the Ghana Armed Forces. And we sit and watch, and this person claims we allowed the person to come for the vehicles when we had signed that we had received the vehicles. Unilaterally, we allowed the person to come for the vehicle. Minister.
I understand the enormity of it, but the clarity is that it was not in the custody of the Ghana Armed Forces. It was in the custody of the ministry. And as I have stated, the ministry has military protection, not to make excuses for anyone.
Former, what was the title? Former Director of Procurement. What prompted you to suggest to MOD that the cars should be returned to their supplier?
Mr. Chair, what prompted me was the fact that the releases to pay for the vehicles was not done. And the supplier continued pestering, calling, sending messages and all that about his convincing that he will be paid. And looking at the situation, with my experience, I suggested to management that since the contract is still valid, let's get the supplier to agree so that we can extend the contract and let him keep the vehicles for us until funds are released for us to pay. So that in the case of having the vehicle, if anything happens, it will not be the responsibility of the ministry.
Okay, let me take your time. Was that part of your responsibility to advise management that they should return the vehicles? Or they should extend the contract?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
It was part of your responsibility.
It is part, I feel that it's my responsibility. Because
No.
I am part.
Is it part or you feel it is part?
Mr. Chairman, it's part of my responsibility.
It is part of your responsibility.
Yes.
Who signed the contract? The original contract that you came to verify?
The original contract was signed by the Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Deputy Minister at that time?
Yes.
No, if the so it was signed by the ministry?
Yes.
You didn't sign the original one?
No.
So what makes you think that a contract signed by the ministry, you can alter it?
Extend.
That is why it's an advice I give for consideration.
Oh, my son. Look, the recommendation that they've given, right, is enforcement of PFM regulation 96 and 98. Oh, okay. Leader.
So, former procurement director, when did you extend the contract to?
The request for the extension of the contract came before the expiration.
My interest is not when the request came. My interest is in when did you extend the contract to?
It was extended up to May 2025.
So May 2025 were the vehicles delivered?
Yeah, the vehicles were delivered in December.
But you said they were delivered and taken back.
Yes.
So you extended it to May 2025?
Yes.
So in May 2025, did he bring them back to you?
No, he didn't bring them back.
Why?
Because at the time, there was no funds to pay him. You know, it was taken because of his fear that he would not be paid. And so as at May, when the first expiration of the contract ended, there was still no money to pay him. So again, the contract was again extended out to August, hoping that the process would go through, funds will be released for him to be paid. So, Mr. Chairman, that is how it went.
Has that been the practice, that a supplier will hold on to the items until he is paid? Has that been the practice?
It has not been the practice, but peculiar situations bring up issues to avoid. For me, my major concern was to avoid a judgment debt on the state.
What was a peculiar situation?
Peculiar situation in which a supplier will supply items and demand for them because the state is not paying.
Why were you procuring the vehicles?
Well, the vehicles were being procured for the use of the ministries in supervising the election and other activities.
When was the election?
Election was held on the 8th of December.
So the election was held on the 7th of December.
7th of December, sorry.
So when after the election, the vehicles were not available, why did you extend the contract?
Because the supervisory role that the ministry plays still continue, over the agency still continues. So the vehicle with a lifespan of 7 years can still be used in future engagements on behalf of the ministry.
So I get that. So first and foremost, the object of getting the vehicle was to supervise elections. We are talking about just 4-point-something million Ghana cedis. And the government of Ghana wants that for elections. why would a supplier who has been supplying to the ministry refuse to release, in fact, bring the vehicles to you on the 5th, and you didn't deploy the vehicles because that was the object for the emergency procurement? I'm sure it was an emergency procurement. Why will the supplier bring the vehicle to you on the 5th, and then you will wait? I don't know when you release it back to him again. You release it back to him, and then it is not used for the election monitoring exercise. Can you? We're trying to understand that part of your explanation.
Mr. Chairman, as I explained earlier, the vehicles, the ministry plays supervisory role over the agencies. And the vehicle was purchased not only for the supervisory of election, but could also be used for other activities. But the election was the immediate critical factor for which the vehicle was procured, or the ministry decided to procure them.
Yeah, so I have an issue with that. Then the second aspect of it is you extended the contract to May 2025.
Yes.
I have an issue with the fact that when May 2025 arrived, you had not taken delivery of the vehicles the second time, because you keep emphasizing that it was delivered, but then you gave it back. But then you're supposed to collect it back also from them by December. Then you extended it to October, according to you.
I guess, please.
No, he mentioned that they extended it further. From May. No, from May he extended it further.
To August, please.
You extended it again to August?
Yes.
So when August arrived, did they bring the vehicles?
Mr. Chairman, at the time, I was no more with the ministry.
The records shows that the vehicles were not there when the auditors arrived there. That's what the records show. So it means that the vehicles were not delivered. But last one, you've been director of procurement for how many years?
For 7 years for the ministry.
Which procurement, can you show us procurements where you paid before the items were delivered? Vehicles. Show us which procurements you paid before the vehicles were, which items the Ministry of Defense ever pre-financed. Is it the practice that you pay before items you have procured are delivered?
Mr. Chair, under certain circumstances, mobilizations are given.
So we know mobilization. We know mobilization. We know mobilization is a percentage of the cost of the item. So this is not mobilization.
So there hasn't been any circumstance in which the ministry pays any supplier before they deliver anything.
So you don't have any circumstances, or you don't have precedents where ministry supplied vehicles, paid the money before the vehicles were supplied. So why is this particular circumstance different?
Well, it's different because no supplier has come up with this kind of pressure on us before, has made a request after delivery and come to say that because of election, because of change of government, is not sure the payment to be made, and all but of pressure. So I have to.
In spite of all that, according to you, he drove the vehicles and brought them to you, and the vehicles were in your custody. According to what you are saying,
yes.
That he brought the vehicles to you, in spite of all the things you are saying, that he is not sure, he is afraid, and etc., he still brought the vehicles and handed the vehicles over to you. By law, the contract would have been fully established at that point when he delivered the vehicle to you. Anybody who releases the vehicles and sends it back will be stealing public property. Because you need some authority. He has performed. He's delivered. He's handed over to you. Now you choose to give it back to him. That is a completely different regime of law. That is now divestiture of state assets. Divestiture of state assets. So the procedure for divesting us of our assets is different. So your story is interesting.
Madam Chair, I want to, Director of Procurement, what's your name?
My name is Frank Oliver Bodo.
Frank Oliver?
Bodo.
Bodo?
Yes, sir.
Sorry? Frank Oliver Bodo?
Yes, sir.
Which ministry or department do you work with now? Have you been transferred to?
I'm the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources.
Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. I think you should be interdicted for how you carried out your function as Minister of Defense. We demand that. Or you are not responding to the issues reasonably. What is your relationship with Global Supply Network?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any relationship.
Because you see, Mr. Chair, I am struggling to appreciate the fact that a ministry signs a supply and purchase agreement. You are not the ministry. You are not even the chief director. You are not the Minister of Defense. And you are telling the Committee of Parliament that the supplier was putting pressure on you by sending you text messages. So you see, this is how you people personalize public transactions. You personalize the transaction, so it became your personal burden. How many were the vehicles? In fact, if you can't tell us where the vehicles are, at least tell us how many they were.
Mr. Chairman, there were 6 vehicles.
Sorry?
6 vehicles, sir.
16.
6. 6. Yeah, 6.
And till date, Madam Chair, till date, we don't know where the vehicles are. So for me, my demand is that the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources should interdict this man. It should be interdicted.
Yeah, 1 minute. What kind of vehicles were you going to purchase for this?
They were Suzuki Grand Vitara vehicles.
Pardon?
Suzuki Grand Vitara vehicles.
So 6 of them for 4 point something million.
Suzuki Grand Vitara vehicles. 6 for pickups or?
No, they are SUVs.
SUVs?
Yes.
Oh, okay, the Mini. For 4.8 million Ghana cedis.
Yes.
What's the unit price? Divide that by...
So, what was the price for one, please? I mean, once this infraction you've been cited for this infraction, you should come prepared with the documents. Don't you have copies of the purchase agreement? Don't you have the costs involved and everything? Because you knew we were going to speak to it. Yes, I'm waiting.
What?
Mr. Kodo, respectfully, can you let us know? Did you come with any documents or it's all in your head? If it's in your head, can you share with us? Sir, we are waiting for you.
Respectful Chairman, I can't remember the figure of head, the unit price of head.
You can't remember off head, but yet you knew you were going to answer to it. Respectfully, can we discharge him to go get the documents and bring to us? Yes. We would want you to go and get the documents and bring to us. We'll be sitting here till 2 or 3. We would want a copy of that document, respectfully. Minister, if you can direct that he go gets it or someone brings it to us immediately, we'll be very grateful.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the documents are in the custody of the ministry, so we can make arrangement to bring it.
Can you share with us now?
Mr. Chair, I'll make arrangement for the file to be submitted to the committee.
How soon, please?
Mr. Chair, today. We'll get it today.
The timing. We know where Ministry of Finance is, and you always go with a dispatch. So, Ministry of Defense is, yeah.
It's far away getting to the airport.
Respectfully, that is not my issue. We need the documentation. So, whatever you have to do to get us the documentation now, we'll be very grateful if you can do that.
Okay, Honorable, we've made arrangement to bring it now.
So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, too.
Honorable Yeboah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Podo, you've told this committee that the vehicles were received. From experience, we procured vehicles before from a supplier. Can you tell this committee whether or not the vehicles were licensed or registered with DVLA before they were brought to your end?
Mr. Chairman, the vehicles were not registered.
Are you then, Honorable? Honorable Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
yes.
The background to my follow-up question is that by the auditor's report, the 4.8 million was processed to the BTA stage.
Yes.
And yesterday we were taking through a very laborious, very meticulous process that such payments go through before it gets to the BTA stage. It means that it is not only the person who may have falsified the receipts at the store that may be involved, because it has gone through all the stages. And if we had money, the 4.8 million would have been paid for the 6 vehicles that they never had in possession. My questions are framed in 3 sessions. The first one to the former procurement director. Is there any aspect of the contract expressed in the terms that allows the supplier to withdraw the vehicles or repossess the vehicles within a certain timeline when payments are not made? Is there any aspect of the contract that suggested so? Number 2, when you made the proposal to management, according to you, you had advised. Can you brief us the processes by which advice from your outfit, the processes that it goes through before it is implemented, so we know who and who were involved in the process before the payments were processed to the BTA stage? Can you take us through the process? Thank you.
Just to add to it, you said you spoke to somebody higher than you. You advised somebody?
Yes, please.
Who did you advise? And what permission did he give you to release the vehicles?
We need that memo.
We need the memo. The memo.
Mr. Chairman, I had discussion with my boss. And also...
Your boss has a name, right? Who is that boss?
Mr. Lawete.
I'm sorry?
The then acting chief director, Mr. Lawete. And I also had a discussion with the director of finance and administration.
Was this all verbal or in a memo form or documented?
No, they were all verbal.
I'm sorry?
They were all verbal.
They were all verbal?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And you want us to believe it? It wasn't documented?
It wasn't written. It was all verbal discussion we did under the circumstance.
Hey, you are Lands and Mineral Resources. Where are you now? Lands and Natural Resources.
Yes.
So somebody comes there to sign a contract with the chief director. You have the authority to alter that contract, right? Because you are a procurement manager.
Mr. Chair, I didn't alter the contract.
What did you do?
When the request came, I discussed with my senior colleagues that this is what we have. But this is the way I think we can handle it, which is the advice I give.
Minister, we'll be waiting for the documents, and then we can continue with the rest.
Oh, he has to prove that he got permission from that guy. Yes, but that's hearsay. But just to let you know, I'll have a special report to the Attorney General for your prosecution. Now let's move to the next one. Expired contracts. Now we have some expired contracts. 77 million Ghana cedis for belts. And then there were some other uniforms also that the contract expired on 17th of October 2024. However, these were included as part of the claims and commitments submitted at the 31st December 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Director of Ordnance, Colonel Besley, will answer that one. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it is true that at the point of audit, it was established that we had 2 expired contracts. And our indication at the time was that we were going to take steps to get the contracts renewed. And we had accordingly done that. And as I speak of dates, I can say that the contract 1 for autumn roses has been renewed, and the supplier had gone ahead to deliver the items, which were received and now being used by the Ghana Armed Forces. On the second one, S-Line BCNS Group Limited, the contractor was notified of the expired contract, but he failed to come forward for the contract to be renewed. Anytime you call him, he said he was in talks with the military high command. I'm done, sir.
So the first one for the belts, it expired June 10th, 2024.
Yes, sir.
When was it renewed?
The renewal letter was after the audit team drew our attention to it, and that letter went out on the 3rd of September 2025. And acknowledgements letters pointing to the fact that the contracts had been renewed. There were 2. One from the Chief of Staff's office, which was in September 2025, and the second one from the Department of Logistics in October 2025.
You had the other contract expired in October. So you said it was when the auditors were the ones who brought it to your attention.
In December, they brought it to our attention in December 2024.
2024?
Before December 2024.
And it didn't get renewed till 2025, somewhere in the middle of 2025.
The audit was in 2025.
Yes. That was when you were prompted that the contract had expired.
Yes, please.
So when you have contracts, how do you keep up with them, whether they are current or expired. How do you control that?
Mr. Chair, procurement in the Ghana Armed Forces is decentralized. And where I sit, I'm just a requisitioner or an indenter in military parlance. And there is another department, another directorate, that is Directorate of Procurement, that is supposed to do the hastening and other actions that are needed to keep contracts on course to the point of delivery.
Do you guys have a contract register?
At the procurement department, yes, we do have one. And at the Directorate of Ordnance Services, where we do the requisitioning, we also have files where we keep records.
And still, these contracts expired. The register, is it paperwork?
Paperwork, sir.
Hey. Gotchesburg, we are check. So. Okay, go on there.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. This one is related to unsupported commitment, about 42 million, about 4.5 million Ghana cedis commitment were rejected due to insufficient supporting document. Mr. Minister, what is your stake with regards to this?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Our Director for Engineering Services will answer that one. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, at the time of auditing, the Directorate made available to the auditors all our books. And this included works that were due for payment and the amounts that were still sitting in the contract as commitment. The second meeting that we had with the auditors, they made it clear to us that the works that had been raised with IPCs had been validated, but what we added on as commitment, they were going to disclassify that not as payment, but as commitment. So that was the understanding we had at that stage.
The amount rejected, are you okay with that?
Not rejected, because these are still commitments within the contract.
You were rejected based on insufficient documentation, that is why.
Because there were no supporting IPCs on the commitment, because those were not work done. But the works, the IPCs that we submitted, they validated them.
Auditors, can you provide better particulars with regards to this?
Mr. Chair, I think his response captures the exact feedback to the finding that what could not be supported in terms of the commitments is what we had highlighted. And there were, I think, 5 of them from our list. So that is what the Chief has affirmed to. Thank you.
Chief, why do you also send documents that you cannot support? Documents that don't have work done attached to them?
Mr. Chair, like I stated earlier, we submitted our books for the auditing. And this included IPCs of work done and the commitment of amount on the contract. These are still valid contracts that are still running. And I must say that some of the commitment as of this have even been turned into IPC because work is still ongoing. So that is what we did. So they drew our attention to the point that the IPCs, yes, had been validated, but what we submitted as commitment, because there were no IPC to it, they disclassified that as payable, and we agreed to that. But I must say that this is a running contract, and as at date, some of the works within the commitment have been done. So IPCs will be raised on those, some of the commitment.
You send some of these things, they look so huge, only for the auditors to come back and tell you, this wasn't part, that wasn't part. So next time, I think we should be more diligent when we are compiling data for such exercises, because it's very, very important that we do a thorough job before we send documentation. Thank you.
Yeah, so again, I would like to find out from you, these documentations, do you have electronic system for documenting these things?
The question again, Mr. Chairman.
You have electronic system that you actually document this, you keep them?
Yes, we do. We do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, Minister of Finance asked you to submit your liabilities up to 31st of December 2024. And in submitting to the Minister of Finance, you included a claim amount of 40.9 million Ghana cedis. Later on, the auditors found out that claim had been paid. So why was it included? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Group Captain France from the Ghana Air Force will answer that one.
Mr. Chair, respectfully, this transaction is in connection with the presidential jet. So there were requests made for funds to pay for the maintenance of the aircraft in France. So I have with me here a letter written from the Office of the President requesting for the money. So the differences you are seeing here is the transfer differentials between the amount requested for and the one that was transferred, with the sweet code here relating to the transfer.
Thank you. But see, this problem, I'm sure we are having problem with the auditors because of this exchange rate differential. But the question is, who gave the exchange rate to the auditors? Is it Ministry of Finance or at your end? In short, is it government or the auditors?
Sir, they are better placed to answer that.
Sir, can you repeat your answer?
I say, sorry, respectfully, sir, madam, I said we didn't give them the exchange rate, so they are better placed to.
So what did you apply? How did you translate? Or you quoted it in foreign currency?
So, sir, like I was saying,
this me, I'm not sir. I know in your chain of command you call everybody sir, but me, I am not sir. I'm a woman.
Madam, please. What I was saying is that this is in respect of a transfer we made in respect of the presidential aircraft. Every year, the aircraft has to go to France for maintenance. And there are two accounts in relation to the contract, one for the general maintenance of the aircraft and one for the engines and the auxiliary power unit, pilot training, and the data management. So when the request was made, the one for the general maintenance of the aircraft amounts to 1,768,000 euro. Then the other one for the training and other ones amounted to 925,663 euro. So what was transferred by Bank of Ghana? In respect of the first one, they transferred 1,674,000 euro. Then the second one, they did 841 million euros. So the differences between the transfer and the amount requested for is what accounted for the amount here.
But, do you have an account that these monies were taken from?
From?
Yes. Or BOG paid on your...
So what normally happens is when the bills or the budget for the maintenance of the aircraft are sent to Ghana Air Force, we request through Ministry of Defense to Ministry of Finance. Then a request is made to controller, then BOG does the transfer.
Yes, but when the request is sent to Ministry of Finance,
Yeah.
don't you also work on it from your end on GIFMIS? Or you don't?
We do.
You do?
Yeah.
And when you do, that amount, that translation CD amount that comes, or there's no CD equivalent that comes, you just quote it in USD throughout the transaction.
That's what we used to do.
No.
Because this is going for
What do you used to do? You quote it in CD or in the euro?
in euro.
Euro.
Yes.
So on your system, on GIFMIS, you never quoted in CD?
Hitherto.
Hitherto.
The new regulation that all payment has to be done in CDs.
When did this new regulation kick in?
That says takes effect from 1st January 2025. Up to 2024, we used not to do.
So, and this transaction was when? 2024?
Yeah, it relates to 2024.
So then you should have the CD equivalent on your system. Because prior to that, you were doing that. You were showing the CD equivalent.
No, Madam, please, respectfully, I was saying that hitherto, till 2025, all requests we made were in euro in respect of the maintenance of the president. Yes, ma'am.
So that's why you are saying you cannot determine the CD equivalent.
Yes, please.
You did not pay, BOG paid, and so you had no access of determining the CD
Ministry of
equivalent.
Finance raised the BTA to controller sends the request to BOG, and the BOG does the transfer.
You do nothing on your system. No. Or all you do on your system, you do it in USD. You do it in euros.
Yes, ma'am. Because this is a foreign account in respect of the maintenance of the aircraft. So there has never been any payment in CD.
In CDs. Okay. Yes, and did you explain this to the auditors? Auditors, did they explain this to you? So that the issue of translation would then not arise because they are claiming they are going to debit a foreign account.
Honorable Chair, like I indicated, we've had several meetings before this. So the matters that were dealt with have been expunged from the report before it was issued. So these items coming up, well, we are hearing it, yeah. But the matters that we came up, which we needed to resolve, actually were resolved. Yeah, so that is what I would say to that.
Minister, you know, sometimes when the auditors come in, we don't give them the attention that we ought to give them. That is also a fact. They may have their limitations, but sometimes we don't attend to them as we are supposed to attend to them. We leave it for people who will not even come and sit here today to speak to it. They compile their reports, they take, the explanation, the observations, and everything. And when they say management response, it is not even at the management level. It is somebody sometimes way below who may not understand the issues as management will understand. The auditors capture that as that of the MDA. You come here and then we want to argue with the auditors that this is contrary to what you said. This is not this is not that. So, Minister, I think you should set up some, at the level at which the auditors will meet. People should be at a certain category before they can meet the auditors. People who can be responsible, people who can come here and speak to that effect, people who are in the form of management, so that when the auditors put management response, we know that it is coming from the right people. Because sometimes, just as they may have limitations, your people too ought to do what is expected of them.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I think I agree with you. I believe that even before the auditors come, management must meet and know the issues, so that at the exit conference, there are things that the auditors must be confronted with. It must not be as though whatever they say is a situation. If you have a counter explanation to what it is they have raised, they must be confronted with. So we have had that discussion that before auditors come to us, we must have a meeting, and before the auditors leave too, management must appreciate all the issues that have been raised. So I agree with you on that. Thank you.
Okay, MP for Mio.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Yes, I want to provide a little clarity with regards to transactions dominated in foreign currencies. The GETFund system, when it was introduced, and even up to date, the reporting currency is CD. And so every transaction going through the GETFund is CD. So with regards to this transaction we are talking about, usually you apply through the Ministry of Finance. And of course, you know the Forex. So at the time Ministry of Finance is doing the release, definitely they would have to get the going rate, that's the exchange rate at that time, and then used to do the release letter and convert and do the release letter to the CD. So when you are doing your PV on the system, please, you would have to do the PV. I mean, the institution, you do the PV, request for the payment. You do it in CD. But when it gets to Bank of Ghana has to transfer Forex to the beneficiary. That's when the issue comes. So when it happens like that, usually it brings the issue of foreign exchange differences. Because most definitely, the time the Ministry of Finance quoted the exchange rate and the payment date, there will be differences. So Bank of Ghana was advised that they should pay exactly how much the city can pay. So they should not concentrate on the exact foreign currency. Otherwise, it will throw the account of the ministry in, it will go off balance. So what happens is that at the end of the day, they will not be able to get the exact Forex to pay the beneficiary. So the ministry now, you have to go back and reconcile. When you reconcile and you get the differences, that is when you apply to the Ministry of Finance again, but attaching the supporting documents so that they can go through and then further give a release so that you can cover that differences. So for the records, the system, the GETFund system, the reporting currency for it is in CD. So let's get that straight. Thank you.
This is free education for you. Next time, we don't want to see a reported exchange rate difference. He is a professional. He was with Controller and Accountant General, so he speaks on authority. And I hope we all take a cue from that and do the needful. And so that if there are any differences, you go through the process and seek permission from Ministry of Finance. Yeah.
Well appreciated, ma'am.
Yes, Commander, I would like to find out from you, during the exit meeting with the auditors, were you there?
Yes, please.
Explain these issues to them.
Yes, I did. Oh, no. No.
That's the popular, you and I were not there. Because the auditors are saying that this matter never came up. And that is why yesterday we advised that in all this instance, there has to be a written document to it. All your observations must be in writing, and they respond in writing, so that the next time we appear before Public Accounts Committee and there's confusion, you produce your evidence, he also produces his evidence. Then we are on our way to satisfying all sides. Thank you.
All right, Minister of Defense, I think you hear from us.
No, we are waiting for the document.
Oh. Where's...
Document. We're waiting for it.
She said something about documents. Are they here now?
Yes, I believe they are very close.
Very close.
The Director of Procurement is chasing to take it up.
You mean the former one or the current one?
No, the current one.
Okay. So then he could wait by the wall, and then we'll call our Minister of Education.
Minister, will acknowledge receipts on TV once we receive the document, so we are waiting for it. Yeah.
So we are discharged. Thank you very much.
Ministry of Education, if you are here, please be seated. And clerk, please administer the oath. Anybody connected with the Ministry of Education, the Vice Chancellors, everybody come in and then take the oath.
We are grateful. That's what I wanted to GETFund. So every agency under the ministry, every institution affiliated, connected to education, please make your way here so that we can all take the oath collectively.
Yes, please. Yes, so I say you put your name there and we'll continue. Yes, so I do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay, Honorable Minister, may you and your delegation introduce yourself.
We are most grateful, Honorable Chair, for giving us the opportunity to appear before this August committee. Let me convey the regrets of the Minister for Education, who would have wanted to be here himself. Because of other pressing matters and the fact that he has not fully resumed formal duties, he has asked me to lead our team from the ministry to appear before your August committee. I would like to invite our team to introduce themselves, beginning on my right.
My name is Dr. Imoro Musa, Acting Director of Finance, GES.
My name is Benson Jerry, Internal Audit, GES. Smile GC, Deputy Director General in charge of Management Services, Ghana Education Service.
Lydia Isua, Chief Director, Ministry of Education.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. My name is Patrick Carter, the Head of Budget at the Ministry of Education.
I'm Emmanuel Otin, Head of Finance.
All right, Honorable Yao, NSNIM will handle the first question from Minister of Education.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you're welcome with your team. Since I'm starting education, I would just want to run through the summary of validated position. So the total claims by the Ministry of Finance was about 6 billion, out of which 228,553 million was rejected in the claims that were submitted. So I would want to start with the first issue, which has to do with some differences of about 3.4809 billion in total arrears and commitments, which was reported in the Ministry of Finance schedule, but could not be supported by the Ministry of Education. And there are some 3 items that were not supported by the Education Ministry. Before then, I would want to find out why that discrepancy before we go into the details.
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. The information we have been able to generate indicates that the ministry, as you said, did not provide any documents or information supporting the 3.4 billion. But this is because this was a subvention that had been paid by the Comptroller and Accountant General at the time we were furnishing the auditors with the schedule and the expenditure. This particular expenditure has to do with the procurement of tablets for distribution to our wards in the secondary school system. So there was a need to reclassify this arrangement under GETFund. But in addition to the tablets, I think there was another expense that had to do with the capitation grants and the school feeding under the 2025 budget. But I would invite our budget officer to add some flesh to the skeleton I have designed.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Chair, so just as the Honorable Minister explained, we submitted our schedule to the Ministry of Finance somewhere around February 2025. And after the submission, we were invited by Ministry of Finance to have an engagement on that. And during that engagement, these issues came up. The first one was the 2.9 billion outstanding under tablet computers. Ministry of Finance explained that that transaction is solely under GETFund, so we can't submit it as an outstanding. We did submit it earlier because at a point in time, the Ministry of Finance released some funds to the ministry for the payment of the tablets. But when we met them, they explained that even that money that was released by Finance was taken from GETFund. So we omitted it when we were submitting our schedule to the auditors. The second one has to do with capitation grants and feeding grants for the first term of the 2024-2025 academic year. The academic year started in September 2024. As at the time we were compiling the arrears to Ministry of Finance, it had not been paid, so we included those ones as part of arrears as at December 2024. But when we met the Ministry of Finance, once again they explained that yes, even though the transaction relates to 2024, that is supposed to be part of the 2025 budget. So we can't submit it as part of our standing as at December 2024. The final category has to do with subventions to some of our tertiary institutions. As at the time we were presenting to Ministry of Finance, there were arrears to some institutions by way of salaries and emoluments. But when we were finishing the auditors with the schedule, those ones had been paid by a controller. So we omitted all these ones from what we shared with the auditors. That explains the discrepancy between what we gave the auditors and what Ministry of Finance gave them. And we explained all this thing to the auditors. Thank you.
Okay. We have listened to your explanation, but then I just want to find out the issue about the 2.9 billion with the tablets. What is the level of relationship? Is it that you did not have documentation to this procurement, or what was it?
So, Honorable Chair, we did have, but as I indicated, when we were going through the documentation, we realized that at a point, Ministry of Finance released some 600 million to the ministry directly to pay for them. So when we were reporting our arrears to Ministry of Finance, we didn't want to have any omissions. But when we engaged them, they explained that even that 600 million was taken from GETFund. So everything relating to the tablet should go to GETFund. And that explains why we didn't include it in our schedule to the auditors.
Madam, Ministry of Education, you said matters relating to the tablet pertain to GETFund. You know, Parliament passes the GETFund allocation in the formula. And in that formula, in that year, government said that they were going to use part of GETFund's fund to purchase the tablet. So why then do you include it in yours? It was in the formula. The GETFund formula that they were going to use.
Explain why the situation arose.
Honorable Chair, once again, I think the error was with us assuming that once finance at a point paid some, we should declare it to them as an arrears. So when they explained that even the money they gave to us was coming from GETFund, we had to exclude it from our schedule. And since then, everything relating to the tablet is being handled by GETFund, yes. Thank you.
So, yeah.
Okay, so the next infraction will be taken by Honorable Akwesi Kwenedu.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, this infraction has to do with some overpayment or overestimations that were made when the auditors went through your schedule of payables and also trying to confirm same with the suppliers that you made mention of. They found a discrepancy of about 160 million. And the first one has to do with a BTA in relation to GTech. That is the tune of 159 million. But when the auditors, per their report, contacted GTech, GTech said, you don't owe them, so there ought not to be any payable in that schedule in relation to them. So I would want us to speak to that one, and also very importantly, also to Spence Estate Ghana. You put in the schedule 799,810 Ghana cedis, but a confirmation from the vendor that is Spence Ghana said they were owed 79,810. So what accounted for these discrepancies that had to go for it to be rejected?
Honorable Chair, with your kind permission, I would invite our Director Budget to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So, regarding the first issue of BTA on the payment of teacher training allowances, I can confirm that the ministry in our schedule to the auditors did not include that. This information was actually pulled from Controller and Accountant General because on their system, they had this BTA pending. The Ministry of Finance actually released the 159 to GTEC. Subsequently, it was initiated on the gift mix. And I understand the payment was done around March 2025. So when the auditors submitted the information from Controller for us to validate, we indicated that they should liaise with GTEC to do the confirmation for them because payment goes directly to them. Unfortunately, our engagement with GTEC indicated that when they received the letter from the auditors in September 2025, because there were no outstandings relating to teacher training allowances, they went ahead and indicated that there was no outstanding. Even though the payment was done in March, they should have indicated that to the auditors, but in their response to the auditors, they mentioned that there were no outstandings.
So who initiated the payment on the gift mix? Was it by the Ministry of Finance or by the Ministry of Education?
It was initiated by the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission.
Or they themselves, but not the Ministry of Education?
Not the Ministry of Education.
But auditors, how then do you include a transaction that has nothing to do with the Ministry of Education in their schedule, of which they did not present to you, and that becomes something that you have to reject in their name?
Honorable Chair, per the schedule we received from the Ministry of Finance, the 159 was included in that schedule.
And that was what you received from Ministry of Finance, but not Ministry of Education. And I think when you met them also, they also made an indication to you that they have not processed any payable of this sort. So I believe that you could have taken it out rather than put it in their name in their report.
Okay.
Honorable Chair, can I just clarify? You know, this audit is a special audit. We had a baseline information. We were given a figure to go and validate. So at the end of it, whether we have accepted or rejected, we needed to report it so that at the end, we get the quantum of the baseline. If it had just been auditing maybe Ghana Education Service, it could have been dropped.
Director, I agree with you. That is a special audit and you are doing a baseline report. But the point is this. This is a report that we are talking about the Ministry of Education, first and foremost. The Ministry of Education did not initiate any such transaction nor give you any sort of payables. So if it was given to you by the Ministry of Finance, then it ought to have been in the name of the Ministry of Finance. Or when they also came and told you they've not initiated, it should not have reflected here. Because at the end of the day, we are doing the Ministry of Education, and they do not present that. But in this, we are interrogating them. That is the point.
Honorable Chair, you see, the information was given to us by Ministry of Finance, having been submitted by Ministry of Education. For us, it's from Ministry of Education. So if you take it out from Ministry of Education, when you come to add the baseline, you will not get the total for Ministry of Education.
So we agree with you. So, but it's the explanation. When you include it, you should have, explain it well so that it will seem like they have initiated the project. That's where the issue is.
But the Ministry of Education is even saying that they did not even initiate that, and they did not have it in their report that they submitted. But let's
But it's with the Ministry of Finance saying they have initiated, but the explanation would have clarified this. I think that was the issue.
Can we speak to the Spencer Ghana, Estates Ghana also?
Yes, Honorable. So the issue with the Spence Ghana was actually an error in an earlier correspondence the ministry sent to Ministry of Finance. I understand after the debt restructuring, some of the projects were put on hold. Ministry of Finance requested for some information, and in submitting so, instead of 79,809.74, in here we have 799,809.74. So there was a 9 somewhere, but previous and subsequent correspondence with Ministry of Finance and the funders, this is a GETFund project, has the correct figures, which is what the auditors have indicated, 79,810.74. So that was clearly a typo, and we drew the auditors' attention to it when they interrogated it.
But this is to the level of a claim but not commitment. So if you say some of the projects were put on hold, does it mean that there was no implementation for them? However, this one has been put in as a claim, which means that there have been execution and there have been a request for payment, rendering it to the position of a claim. So which portion and at which stage was such a project put on hold?
Honorable Chair, with your kind permission, I want to invite another of our officers to respond to this. FPMU, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
May I humbly request that the officer be sworn in, given that this is a House of Records, so that should he perjure himself, he will be held duly liable. Although I know he will not, but...
Yeah, so the clerks need to swear in to the needful clerk.
I, Nilante Kwakupom,
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth,
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So, gentlemen, can you introduce yourself, please?
Honorable Chair, my name is Nilante Kwakupom. Can I proceed, please? Okay, Honorable Chair, thank you very much. The contract in question is part of the expansion and development of 28 number existing senior high schools under the Kuwait-funded project. Under the Kuwaiti-funded project. There were a number of certificates that had been presented to the Ministry of Finance and subsequently to the Kuwaiti Fund for actual work that had been done. These certificates were submitted in 2023. In particular, that of Spence was submitted on 21st February 2023. This is a letter from the Ministry of Finance to the Kuwaiti Fund. And the amount was the 79,809.74, which is the same amount the Ministry of Education used in preparing the withdrawal application, which was submitted to the Ministry of Finance. So these withdrawal applications went to the Kuwaiti Fund. In 2024, in April 2024, we did a letter to the Ministry of Finance because at that point, most of those works had been stalled. We did a reminder to the Ministry of Finance for payment of some of these contracts, including that of Spence. And in that letter requesting for payment, unfortunately, there was a mistake. Instead of 79809, it was captured at 799,809.74. And during the audit, it was made clear to the auditors, and we submitted the documents to support it.
Thank you very much. But however, you see, this is a very great mistake that you've made. In just one figure, multiply the amount that we ought to be paying in excess of about 1,000 times. And I believe some due diligence will not bring us here. So once it's been corrected, I believe that next time proofreading be done on some of these letters, so that some of these figures. Because if we had money and we had paid, it would have gone, maybe a refund would have been made, but we would still have lost time value of that money for other projects. Yes. So, Chairman, I think the rectification has been done and we are good to go on that matter.
Okay, the next one is Honorable Jessel. Honorable Dr. Godfred Seidu Jessel, and it's page 178.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. 178. So, Honorable Minister, this has to do with amounts that have been confirmed by vendors exceeding the outstanding claims to a whopping 25.2 million. Are you aware of this? Did it come to your attention? What occasioned it?
Honorable Member, can you be kind enough to refer me to the page?
Yes, page 178. It has to do with outstanding claims of 25.2 million. That's vendors have submitted that, which is in excess of 25.2 million. 178. We've done some recalibration to see the integrity of your responses.
Very well.
And knowing who you are and your outstanding track record on exerting accountability, I'm sure that you pass the test.
Honorable Member, don't let me reveal our common heritage in Nurses Quarters, where the Honorable Member was a member of my posse.
And
you know what that means.
And you mentored in very interesting ways.
And so you are here. We did some good things together. Honorable Member, I would like to invite Director Budget to respond to this. Thank you.
So, Honorable Chair, this was basically due to the time lag between when we submitted the claim to the auditors and Ministry of Finance and when the auditors actually sought for verification from the institutions. So, for example, University of Ghana presented a confirmation balance of 35.3 million as against the 32 that Ministry of Education presented. And when we went through the schedule of the 35 million, we realized that they had included claims that were yet to even be submitted to the ministry for onward submission to Ministry of Finance. And their reason is that these claims were accrued or these are claims prior to December 2024. So I have with me here the schedule from the University of Ghana, which relates to August to November 2024 promotion arrears. But this claim got to the Ministry of Education in August 2025. So we did not include this one in the areas we submitted to Ministry of Finance because as at December 31st, they were not with us. But for the institutions, they will include everything they deemed as due prior to December 31st, 2024.
Okay, thank you. I will assume that will rhyme well with the other academic institutions. How about Upgrades Development Limited? That's the first item. They submitted 1.2 million. and then it ended up being 1.63. Do you have any different explanation for that one?
So I think, Honorable, in this case, the vendors' claim rather exceeded what the ministry submitted. So as I said, yes,
charge, yes,
for most of the vendors, once it's not been paid, they report those ones as arrears. And it's the same issue we had with GTEC when they responded that there were no arrears, even though the money was paid after 31st December 2024.
Yeah, but if they submit, if there is a claim of a said amount, how come, on your records, how come the vendors are able to quote a different figure higher than what is on your record as claims? That's the discrepancy we are trying to address.
So, Honorable Chair, the vendor will record everything they have submitted to the ministry, but we were guided by the timelines. So everything that came after December 2024, we did not include them in the areas we submitted. But for the vendor, whatever they submit to us, they would indicate as areas due them.
Very well. Adam, did you want to add something?
Oh, yeah, Honorable Member, I think that the import of the conversation so far regarding GTEC and this current matter at hand has to do with the eagerness of the vendors to get paid. So as long as they are concerned, they don't wait for arrears. Whatever they are owed is included in what they provide. I think this is what is accounting for the disparities. Their impatience to wait for.
But Honorable Minister, going forward, what do you think can be done? Because it's interesting that there will be a paper trail of claims, and yet what the vendors seek is higher than what the paper trail really records. Isn't it interesting that you can have that? Imagine if somebody didn't have a third eye to check that and either reject or substantiate the amount of public funds that could have sunk through this. This is an interesting amount, 25.2 million. That's a lot.
Honorable Member, part of the problem, as indicated by the budget office of the ministry, is that whereas we were looking at year-end 31st December 2024, the vendors were adding what was not part of year-end 2024. That is part of the reason why we are seeing these disparities. But on your substantive question, what we need to do is to be more meticulous and to ensure that we put in place a formalized system of periodic reconciliation so that we can always compare and make sure that we are working within the same silo instead of working in different silos. I think that will help us a lot going forward. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Minister. The auditors go further to recommend some formalized periodic reconciliations of these claims and your records and the payables so that you can always come to common positions at every point in time. And of course, strengthening your internal controls. So I wish to submit same for your action going forward.
Yes, we are most grateful. I think your suggestion is in good faith, and we need to strengthen internal controls and to also ensure that there is regular interactions between our Chief Director and Director of Finance and the Budget Office. So we will be taking a cue from your suggestion. I'm grateful.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, may I invite GETFund now so that we can take the rest of my session? Then I can. There are some more questions. You will get it. You'll come back to it. Relax, Kra. You'll be fine.
Is GETFund over here?
Yes, I see the Director of Finance, but as is customary, he will have to be sworn in. Though he's my senior, these are formal matters, so he has to be sworn in.
I say it and then you say it after me. I mention your name.
Okay.
So
I, Alexis Kwabna Asinura,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth,
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
Honorable Minister, may I refer you to page 247 of the report, please?
Doc, 1 minute.
Sure.
Please, where is the GETFund administrator?
Yes, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the GETFund administrator was given a few days off to attend to family matters, and so I'm here with the deputy. I think he stepped out before we were called. He's around. He's within the premises. Thank you.
Yeah, but this is the second time he's refused to attend upon the committee. We will not take it for the third time, respectfully. So just pass on the message.
Thank you, Madam.
We are grateful.
Okay, so, Honorable Minister, does he need to be sworn in as well? The deputy administrator is here.
If the deputy administrator is here, I would suggest he's sworn in. It's your own former colleague, Alasan Dandawa.
Honorable Deputy, could you rise to be sworn in?
You need to be sworn in.
Then we are going to hold high the wheels of accountability on him once he understands the drill.
I, Alhassan Swalihu Dandawa. I, Alhassan Swalihu Dandawa.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth, the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So, Honorable Minister, I referred you to page 247.
Very well.
247.
Very well.
We noticed that the total claims of 870.5 million as claims was same as approved. Nothing was rejected. There's nothing pending justification. That's a good impression. And but can we check this? There is payables that you did not record in the gift mix system. Payables amounting to 681 million as at 31st December 2024. These were not recorded in the gift mix system, contrary to the law, as you are aware. What happened?
Honorable Chair, with your kind permission, I would like to invite our Director of Finance for the GETFund to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the GETFund, a statutory fund, worked with the controller, the GIFME Secretariat, to establish the systems to allow us to process our claims through the GIFMEs. Now, because we deal with multi-year budgets, it entails that we have the opening balances to enable us capture all claims. Unfortunately, the 2023 opening balances were not brought forward in 2024, and for that matter, we could not capture all the claims that had come. But in 2025, in bringing the formula to Parliament, we actually included the outstanding amount to be disbursed. So all outstanding as of 2024 was captured in the formula for 2025. And so we, in 2025, started accruing for all the claims that come to us. And Mr. Chairman, we brought the boxes of vouchers, the GIFMEs generated vouchers that we did in 2025. And so at the end of 2025, all claims have been captured, whether paid or not, have been captured in the system. But in 2024, yes, it is true that that amount was not, but it had been captured in the GETFund internal accounting systems. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So if I understood you, you agree with that observation, but you've taken action to correct that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So going forward, what's the assurance that this will not recur?
Mr. Chairman, as I've indicated, from 2025, even these particular claims that had not been captured were paid through the GIFME system. And working with controller, in fact, we've been given up to the end, I think, of next month to start using electronic funds transfer. So what it means is that every payment or PV must be generated within the system. And we are working closely with the GIFME Secretariat to have all our vendors, set up. And so this is not going to happen again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, that should be all from me. The rest has to do with outstanding claims, which there's an indication that is being paid. So I don't think there's an issue. Thank you.
Okay. In that case, what is it? GETFund. We are done with GETFund. Okay. So let's go back to Minister of Education.
Thank you. We are grateful.
Page 174. Honorable Ahinkwa.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, this infraction has to do with already settled claims that were included in outstanding payables and claims to a tune of 66 million Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Finance to pay. Before, I want to know who are those responsible for the compilation of this data for onward submission to the Ministry of Finance?
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. I will invite Director Budget to respond.
So, Honorable Chair, this was actually a team from the Budget Unit and then the Finance Directorate, working with all the other relevant units.
Okay, thank you. I want you to convince me and the committee as well why we shouldn't believe that this, in fact, not a deliberate manipulation from your side. Convince us.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So, Honorable Chair, the 66 million can broadly be categorized into two. There's one that relates to the implementation of the free SHS program, and that is about 59.7 million. What happened was that between when we submitted the information and when the auditors did the actual verification, some payments were done, especially for the free SHS. Ministry of Finance releases funds to the ministry through controller. And usually, because of cash flow issues, we don't get all the funds released by controller at a go. So they come in bits. So at any point in time, whenever a controller releases funds, we do payments. So when we were doing the reconciliation with the auditors, we drew their attention that these invoices had been settled to the vendors. The second one was a 6.2 million BTA. That was initially not part of what we submitted, but it came as part of the BTAs. And when we interrogated it, we realized that it relates to a US AID funded project. But as part of the project implementation, we're supposed to implement it on the gift mix. Just that there was a little tweak. The fund had been disbursed to the implementing agencies already. So what they had to do was to regularize their transactions on the gift mix. Some way, somehow, some of these transactions ended up at controller. So when controller was running the BTEs, these ones were included, and we identified them and drew the attention of the auditors.
Boss,
my understanding was that
some way, somehow.
So, Honorable,
some way, somehow.
Honorable Chair,
monies that would have been paid, and you are casually saying some way, somehow, it's ended in controller.
Honorable Chair,
I beg, please, can you give us better and further particulars on this?
Most grateful. Honorable Chair, you are right. This is a very serious matter, and we would give it all the seriousness it deserves. Proceed, Director Budget.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the correction. So, our understanding, so we identified these claims and drew the attention of the auditors. But our understanding was that during the setup of the project on the gift mix, there was an omission that the gift mix secretariat should have done. So the initial transactions that went through the gift mix ended up at controller. But the finance directorate explained to us that because of the funding code that went with the transaction, there was no way controller was going to pay because it was not a consolidated funding code. It was a USAID funding code, and controller doesn't pay such claims. So eventually, we got to the gift mix secretariat to rectify the hiccup on the system. So subsequent transactions that were processed on the system didn't get to controller. Thank you.
Thank you. The auditors, according to his narration, that they drew your attention to the claims, which is the 59 million. But why did you still capture it in your report?
Honorable Chair, as we stated earlier, the schedule that was given to us by the Ministry of Finance included these arrears, and in performing our work, we engaged the Ministry of Education, and they identified these as payments that have already been made, and we also did a follow-up check to confirm that. Yeah, that's why we have reported it here as paid. I remember that once the schedule was given to us, we need to report on the amounts. If they are duplicated or whatever, we need to report on them, and that's what we have done in the report. Thank you.
Actually, I got alarmed when I saw the figure. Looking at this figure, it's a huge amount. My last question will be, what systems have you put in place, the ministry, to make sure that these misrepresentations does not reoccur again? Because it doesn't create a good picture. Fine, we have the forum here, now you are explaining to us. Somebody who would not be privy to your explanation, the moment he signs this document, he has already formed his opinion. So I think for good governance, you need to put some system in place to curb this. So what have you done so far for such things not to reoccur?
Grateful, Honorable Chair. Honorable Member, syndicated earlier, these infractions for which we have been invited clearly are a wake-up call for us to strengthen internal controls and also to make sure that the different units work in synergy. So Chief Director, Director Finance, Director Budget, so that whatever leaves the ministry, we can all have the confidence that these are the actuals that should go for processing towards payment. So we will do some in-house work, and we are grateful.
Okay, the next one is Honorable Honorable Faustina. Honorable Cletus. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, this infraction has to do with arrears of 1.4 million, not adequately supported. I want to give you a blank check to explain. Just explain this infraction to the committee.
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. I will invite Director Budget to kickstart. If it becomes necessary for me to chip in, I will do so. I'm grateful.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, so the 1.4 million has been broken down into various sections. There was one that said there were no supporting documents provided for council allowance amounting to 855. The explanation from the Ghana Education Service is that they presented a claim of 2 million for validation. Out of the 2 million, the auditors verified a little over 1.2 million. Now, the difference, according to Ghana Education Service, is actually an expenditure that has been incurred on council members. But because they did not fall under the allowance category, it was disallowed. So according to GES, they made this information available to the auditors when the auditors came for the verification and validation. Thank you. And can I continue with the others? Yes. There is also another set of about 585 in the schedule that was disallowed. So, Honorable Chair, these were actually transactions that relates to 2024. But the auditors explained that since the claim was not received or was received after December 2024, it could not be added. So one of them was payment to Prime Time for the Science and Maths quiz, for the 2024 edition of the Science and Maths quiz. They submitted a claim after December 2024, but we felt that because the expenditure related to 2024, we could submit it. But the auditors explained that once they submitted their request and invoice after December, we can't include it. So that explains these two broad categories that were identified in the auditor's report. Thank you.
So the council allowance that the auditors did not get sufficient documents, how do you pay the council allowance? The council member, do you pay them by check? Do you by bank transfer? Do you on tabletop? How do you pay them?
Honorable Chair, I'm grateful. We have the internal auditor of the Ghana Education Service present. He will take this one. Proceed.
Thank you very Honorable Chair. For the council allowances, they are paid on with checks. They are at their council meetings at the end of the council meeting, they are issued with the allowances and they are paid. Now, over here, what happens is that it is the allowances and other expenses, including utilities and other servicing of meetings, that was all included as allowances, as claims for payment. But the auditors were looking at the council allowances that were paid to council members and committee allowances.
So, but you know that allowance is specific. Allowance is allowance. So if there is any other expenditure that you do or you incur on a council member, you needed to be able to retire it by way of receipt or document. I think that is where you have problem with the auditors. Or you cannot, and the allowance is a specific amount of money paid to council members. So if any other, let me say, cost incurred on any council member, you should be able to retire it. I think that's where you had a problem with the auditors. And that's where they stated that you were not able to provide enough or adequate, documents to support some of the expenditures.
For that one, it has been supported, but because, okay.
We are grateful.
So in that case, so in that case, the auditors advised the ministry to, they should be able to establish independently verified finance, procurement, and internal audit unit. We should put these internal controls in place so that these things can be verified.
We are grateful. We are grateful. We agree with the auditors, and we will act accordingly.
All right. Let's jump to paragraph 183. And Honorable Faustina Grugu will take care of that one. Then I'll come back to the rest of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is absence of aging analysis. The report says that there was no evidence of an aging analysis of arrears and commitments maintained by the ministry. My question is, why has the ministry failed to maintain mandatory aging analysis of arrears and commitments? And who is responsible for this oversight within the finance department?
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. I will invite Director Budget to start, and then I will finish off if necessary.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So this was one of the key observations the auditors brought to our attention, and management has taken steps to get a designated officer from the Finance Directorate to be managing that aspect of the finance work.
Further question. It was noted also that approximately 42% of validated arrears and commitments relate to 2024. The question is, what specific factors led to such a high concentration of arrears occurring in 2024? And what corrective measures are being implemented to prevent further accumulation?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So basically, it has to do with the late and non-releases of funds to enable the ministry clear most of these outstandings. And we've been working with the Ministry of Finance to see how best we can get releases on time and get adequate allocation to handle some of these things. Thank you.
The total arrears and commitments amount to 2.43 billion and above. How does the ministry plan to settle the total outstanding liabilities of over 2.43 million?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So, after the work of the auditors, the ministry actually wrote to Ministry of Finance on the BTAs and then the claims, the validated ones for payment, because these are claims not captured in our 2026 budget. So we are still working with the Ministry of Finance to see the way forward on these outstanding claims. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, sir. Nice, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister, I would like to find out, with the lack of an aging analysis of arrears and commitments, on what basis were you prioritizing payments to contractors without the aging analysis data? How were you doing it?
Very well, Honorable Member. I will invite Director of Finance to respond.
Honorable Chair, may you repeat the question?
Director of Finance, there is lack of aging analysis in the Ministry of Education. And we are using this to clear our arrears and commitments. So on what basis have you been prioritizing payments to contractors without an aging analysis data?
Honorable Chair, we have a list. We've listed all the, even though not analyzed, we have a list that will go about the list. And according to the information before us, some of them are at various places where we have budget allocation. And every budget year, we have budget instructions and guidelines. And according to Ministry of Finance budget instructions, arrears should be the first priorities of our budget. Because we did not take note, we were expecting most of them to be paid at the end of the year. We didn't budget for it. Coming years, we are going to consider all the arrears within our budget next year.
Well, if I heard you right, you are doing it manual.
It's manual.
Over 5,000 contractors.
Yes. We have a list of them.
So how are you going to determine which one is oldest, which one is newest, and which one has priority?
The ministry will determine the priorities of the arrears. We will determine the priorities of it based on maybe aging and others.
Okay. The officer you are going to use now is officer at the Ministry of Education or Finance.
The officer we are going to...
You are going to recruit now to deal with your aging analysis data. Is he from your ministry or Ministry of Finance?
Of the ministry. Ministry. Yes.
Honorable Member, I think the idea is for us to designate an officer within the Finance Directorate to regularly update and review and do the aging analysis, as you have said. So we are going to designate an officer to handle that. Because whether we like it or not, we would always have to deal with aging. So it's better we have somebody responsible for that aspect of it. We are grateful.
You are done, right? Okay. Now let's go to the next one is Honorable Nakoyo. It's paragraph at page 176.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This infraction is found on page 176. and it's on duplication of claims. So the primary issue here is the identification of 374,000 plus in duplicated claims within the Ghana Education Service scheduled for allowances. This means that the same expenses were being requested for payments more than once. Also, it was also realized that the GS made some claims that these things happened because of one, administrative oversight, two, systematic gaps in the GIFMIS, and reconciliation failures. Now, has the 374,000 plus in duplicated claims been officially struck out of the arrears scheduled to ensure no actual payment is being made? Thank you.
Grateful. I'll invite Director Budget to lead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, Honorable, these claims have been struck out. We did that when the auditors drew the attention of Ghana Education Service. And GES actually explained that these duplicates usually occur because of the non-payment of previous year's allowances. And with the volumes involved with the documentation, they designed a system to capture the applications. Now, what some of the teachers do is that when they request for the allowance and it is not paid, subsequent years when the app or the application is open, they go on and they apply again. So the GES detects these duplications when they are validating the documents for final payment. But after the auditors drew our attention to this, we are in talks with GES to have a system where the system itself could identify these duplicates for us to deal with them before we submit them for payments. Thank you.
Did you say you are in talks with GS to find a system that will self-recognize duplication? This will involve procurement and other things, not just like you explained it away, because if you want to find a system, is it that you have the system already and the system is not working? Or you have a system and then you need to adjust to make it efficient? Which is which?
So, Honorable Chair, they already have a system. But the system, as the auditors indicated, was not able to identify these duplications in there. So it is the same system we are trying to upgrade and see and work on.
This time, what are you doing differently to enable the system identify duplications?
So a few suggestions that have come on board is to use the dates the allowance is due. And because each staff has a unique staff ID, you can't have a unique or a staff applying for the same allowance in the same year twice. So if it happens that way, the system, so these are some of the suggestions that are coming on board. But I'm sure when we meet the technical people who develop the system, they may also come up with other strategies that we can employ. Thank you.
So how soon? Because you just explain things away. Next year we come, we are hit with the same thing, and then, so I want specifics this time. How soon? Can you help us address this?
Honorable Chair, you are right. You are right. I want to invite the Director, Internal Audit, GES, to respond to how soon.
Thank you very much.
If they can't, I will give how soon.
This time around, we going to ensure that our district internal auditors do validate the claims before it is forwarded to the regional offices, and they also do another due diligence before it is forwarded to the headquarters for further due diligence before it is pushed out.
Is that the system he was talking about? And that is no system. This is just compliance. That is no system.
Honorable Chair, yeah, you are right. I think he was speaking about the use of digital technology to try and address it, and I think that is where he mentioned the fact that every teacher has a unique staff ID, which clearly, if well programmed, should be able to block subsequent applications for arrears within the same year by the same teacher. And he is talking about the structural aspects of it. So I think what we are going to do,
Minister, will give you time to
is
go
to marry
look
the
at
two.
it,
Yes,
and then come back to us with something
how
that
soon?
will work.
Very well.
Yes, please.
I know Honorable Chair wants timelines.
Yes.
We will duly comply.
We just want to acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Chief of Staff. I know you speak true. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, so why was the current system unable to detect identical claims submitted under the same project description?
Very well, Honorable Chair. My understanding is that the parameters were not set to be able to identify duplications, which is why we are where we are. And taking a cue from the direction given by Honorable Chair, that is what we should be doing, and that is what we will do. Thankfully, Honorable Minister himself is a pioneer in the use of digital technology, and I know how eager he is to always deploy digital technology to address some of these challenges. So we will deploy digital technology using the unique staff IDs as a basis to block multiple applications for arrears. I'm grateful.
So how often does the Ministry of Education now reconcile its liabilities with the Ministry of Finance to ensure arrears schedule is live and accurate?
I will invite the Director Budget to respond. He's our lead in terms of our interactions with the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you, Honorable. So we try and do that as and when the Ministry of Finance requests for this information. Getting information on actual IPCs that have been paid by finance to make sure we exclude them in our compilation.
So beyond the 374,000 plus identified, has a wider audit been conducted on other allowances categories to ensure no other duplicates exist due to high transactions volumes?
Honorable Chair, yes, that has been done, and it was actually part of the exercise the external auditors came to do. So what we have resubmitted to the Ministry of Finance does not include the duplicated ones. Thank you. Okay, so the ministry's position says it is an oversight due to high volumes. The auditor's position also says that the system is fundamentally weak and lacks tracking. I think if the volumes is known to be this high, why wasn't an automated filter already the primary defense for this?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As the information indicates, this is a matter that has been drawn to our attention. Clearly, as the saying goes, the one who is laying the path doesn't know when it is crooked. And I think that is why this August committee plays a very important role in our financial governance as a nation. And so having brought this to our attention, we would take the needed corrective measures, report back appropriately.
So these are just claims on schedules. These are commitments that lead to actual cash loss. How much has already been paid out of the previous years under the same oversight, in quotes?
Honorable Chair, I have not seen any information to that effect, but let me invite my officers, if perhaps they have some institutional memory about any that has happened in the past. Patrick, Director Budget, let's see.
Thank you, Honorable. So, Honorable Chair, these allowances have been in arrears since 2021. So, since 2021, there hasn't been any releases to the Ghana Education Service for the payment of these allowances. And basically, it had to do with the volumes of the documents. So, we engage the Ministry of Finance, they request for the validations, they come in pickups, and they are unable to attend. That is how come we went digital. So nothing has been paid since 2021 to
what kind
teachers
of allowances are you talking about?
Transfer grants to teachers, bicycle allowance, car maintenance allowance, motor maintenance allowance, and guide allowance, yes. These are the category of allowances we are referring to. Thank you.
Bicycle allowance.
So, since the ministry has admitted these were duplicated claims, who is the specific officer or unit head who certified the original schedule as accurate before it reached the validation stage?
Honorable Chair, let me invite Director Budget to take a stab at it.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So this actually came to light when the audit was done on the system. So these are applications from applicants directly on the system. But as you indicated, moving forward, maybe the GES would have to audit the system before they submit these claims for onward submission to the Ministry of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next one is Honorable Sebastian Day.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Patrick. How are you?
Very honorable.
Chairman, this gentleman used to be one of my meticulous and dedicated gentlemen at the ministry when I was once upon a time working under the Ministry of Education as convert. But there is an infraction here which I think many of the questions that came earlier have touched on. And 218 million Ghana cedis is reported by the auditors. And naturally, this will catch the headlines. And by my estimate, this is not money that has been chopped, but lack of routine reconciliation and mundane tasks of ensuring that you reconcile your figures with the Ministry of Finance did not take place. And my question, I have several of them, but I'll just limit it to only two. What steps are you, as the ministry and the budget department, for that matter, taking place to ensure that there is regular reconciliation between the figures that the ministry is reporting and what is captured by the Ministry of Finance? What steps are you taking, and what formalized steps are you taking or have taken to ensure that this does not happen?
Director Budget, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable. After the audit exercise, management met, and as you rightly indicated...
Please, your question, your answer is directed to my chairman.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, sorry. So, Honorable Chair, after the audit exercise, some of these issues came up. Management met, and the reconciliation being proposed is not just going to be with the Ministry of Finance, but with the vendors and contractors as well, because this issue is actually about a contractor indicating a higher outstanding than what the ministry submitted. And it has to do with some exchange rate differences in the establishment of a letter of credit to the supplier, which we have taken notice and we are working on. Thank you.
the import of my question is, what steps have you taken? And I'm talking about what have you formalized? What kind of training measures have you put in place such that these routine reconciliation exercises do not, escape the attention of the ministry and end up being caught by auditors and reported to the whole world? That is what the import of my question is.
You want to take it? Okay.
Honorable Chair, day in, day out, we are all learning. Now, what management have decided is that every letter, every request to Ministry of Finance, Finance Department, supported by our internal audit, will go to before we submit to Ministry of Finance. So now we are not going to just correct and submit to Ministry of Finance. Internal auditors will verify and certify before we send it to Ministry of Finance. This is what we have decided.
Would you also think about training and ensuring that your people who are on these schedules are trained properly to understand the import of submitting reports on time? And would you also think about the issue of ensuring that you do proper aging analysis of your debts, obligations, and then pay on time? Would you think about those?
Yes, honorable member. Honorable Chair, we will think about those and act on them as well.
On that note, Chairman, I'm okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now let's go to NASE on page 118.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director of Finance, I heard you say that day in, day out, we are all learning. But these are public funds. These are funds the people of Ghana have asked us to look after. So there shouldn't be any learning curve here. We need to protect it. It's for the people. Because some of the infractions here, aging analysis, clerical infractions, you don't need to be sitting down here. And we see that we are learning. It's a learning curve. No. It doesn't happen in the private sector. So I don't see why it should happen in the public sector. Okay, let me come to my substantive question. I refer you to page 180. It outlines a significant discrepancy in the financial reporting. It says specifically an understatement of outstanding commitments by Ghana cedi 2.5. The errors stem from prematurely including an IPC due in 2025 into the 2024 records. I would like to find out from you, why was a 2025 IPC included in the 2024 cumulative certified total?
Honorable Chair, I invite Director Budget to take it up.
Honorable Chair, I admit this might be an oversight on our part in the compilation of our arrears. As I said, because some of the claims related to previous years or years before December 2024, there was a temptation of including them. But for the auditors, they look at when the IPC was submitted. And in the computation of our commitments, one weakness we've also identified is that we base our computation on the total IPC submitted. We take it from the total contract sum and we indicate the outstanding commitment. But we need to go beyond that and use actual payments that contractors have received in our computation. So this particular one, I must admit, it might have been an oversight on our part when we were computing the outstandings, but it eventually reduced our commitment that we declared, which would have gone against us. Thank you.
Director of Budget, the good people of Ghana cannot lose 2.5. And you tell us today that it's an error on our part. The contractors are always in the ministry, and they come to you, and you see them, and you know how much has been paid and how much is outstanding. So if this was paid, if this amount of money was paid, meaning the country has lost 2.5 million Ghana cedis, and the blame will be on politicians.
So, Honorable Chair, actually this rather resulted in us understating the commitment that is due. We didn't overstate it. We rather understated it because we shouldn't have included that IPC in our submission. But because we included it, it reduced the level of commitment we declared. So this was not at the payment stage, and it will not have resulted in us paying more than due. Thank you.
That's a budget. I understand you perfectly. I know it's an understatement, but definitely, if this is happening, then we might see overstatement in future.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, the Honorable Member is right. It's either Mohammed goes to the mountain or the mountain will go to Mohammed. So either way, there is a problem. And so what we are committing is to address it, whether it is understatement or overstatement. Either way, there are implications that can be quite dire. So we do admit your admonishment in good faith, and we would act to prevent that.
Thank you, Minister. I would like to find out from them what internal controls have been put in place to forestall this from happening in future.
I'll invite Director of Finance to speak about the internal controls we have put in place to prevent over or under statements.
Honorable Chair, like I said earlier, we are going to resource internal audit to do all this work, and everything that we submit, we'll make sure is satisfied before we submit.
The auditors recommended that strengthen internal controls to monitor payments made to contractors and regularly share updated outstanding balances with Chief Director, the Chief Finance Officer, and the Budget Officer, and Head of Internal Audit. So, Director of Finance, I was expecting you to even mention this key recommendation made by the auditors.
We'll go by it.
Now the final one is from Honorable Desmond de Graaf Payto, page 181.
Chairman, thank you. Minister, before me, this infraction of overpayment, 1,005,000 sort. I want us to highlight us how did it came about.
Grateful, Honorable Chair. I will invite our Director, FPMU, to respond to the Honorable Member's question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, this has to do with a contract awarded to Measures Samotrust Limited. And in this case, the contractor applied for mobilization, for which he was paid an amount of 1.045 million. The query was, I think, as at that time, the works done were not commensurate with the amount of money that had been paid. But the report we have here from the consultants indicate that the contractor has actually completed the substructure and works on the superstructure have commenced. In terms of work done, in terms of validation, he's worked, if you value the work that is done, that's over 1.2 million cedis, as against the mobilization of 1.045. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The auditors were saying that as at the time of auditing, the work done was 7%. And then the amount that you paid, or whether it's mobilization, exceeded 15%. You are here now telling the committee that the contractor had gone back to site and then has done the work up to 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Have you done any verification on that to ascertain actually that he has done or he hasn't done?
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. The amount of money received by the contractor was a request for mobilization, which was supported by a guarantee. I'm sure as at the time the auditors went, I've seen the report indicating 7% of work done. But currently, I have the report of the consultant in front of me. He's done the in-situ concrete, masonry work has been done, and virtually the whole foundation is finished. And work done on the superstructure has come. I have pictures even to support that the work has gone beyond the 15% that was paid. Thank you.
I'm asking, it is an infraction they cited you, okay? Whatever you have is on documentary basis. Have you been there? Because there is a challenge on it that the contractor has done only 7. Now you are claiming by this document that he has done to this satisfactory. Have you gone there yourself to verify per what you have on the document as to what is on the ground is the same? Have you done that?
Honorable Chair, what is on the ground is as per the report I'm reading. The ministry engages consultants, and they are responsible for the day-to-day supervision of works, and they report to the ministry. So I'm actually reading from the report of the consultant.
Honorable Chair, I understand the insistence of the honorable member, because we know of instances where claims are made, and then when you go into the field, the response is different. But we have a lot of faith in our consultants. But if it is the wish or the will of the committee, we could take a look at it and then give the committee a direct report, if it is the wish of the committee.
Chair, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you very much. The next one is, yes, sir.
I would like to find out from the auditors if they have in their hands the work done by the consultants. That says that they've done more than 15%.
So, Honorable Member, are you our auditors? Very well.
Honorable Chair, we are yet to do a follow-up since the last time we were there.
Understandable, because what you wrote about was what you did earlier. And since then, other things have happened. So, of course, there will be a difference in there. The next one is from Honorable Enim, next Enim, paragraph, page 182.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So this infraction has to do with key documents that were not provided to confirm the ownership, existence, and addresses of companies, including reviewing audited financial statements. And when you look at this, you go into the appendix and you look at some of these companies. But then one critical one that the auditors cited here was where, in one particular instance, Ministry of Finance had quoted a contractor as DevTraco, whereas the ministry had this contractor as Reggie Manuel Gray. Can you explain to us first this issue, then we look into the other procurement matters at the ministry?
We are grateful, Honorable Chair. I'll invite our Director, FPMU, to take this question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, in reference to the DevTraco Reggie Manuel issue, the contract for the wall at Bonsu was contracted to Reggie Manuel. I think that when the auditors came, they cited documents that indicated that the process, they went through the process and it was Reggie Manuel. So we pointed out to them that the DevTraco may have been an error because we don't have DevTraco anywhere in our records.
Can you confirm if any payment had been made for any of the IPCs from Reggie Manuel? Because if there had been any payment, why would Ministry of Finance quote DevTraco and you quote Reggie Manuel? Can you confirm if there were any payment?
Reggie Manuel payments have been outstanding since. They have not been paid anything yet.
Oh, there was no mobilization payment to Reggie Manuel?
No, on that contract, there was no mobilization.
So there was no mobilization, there was no IPC payment. So how did they execute that contract?
The contract has not been completed. The wall is not finished. There's a payment at the Ministry of Finance which is still outstanding.
Maybe I need some further education here, because for a contract that was signed and Reggie Manuel had executed up to a percentage level and there was no payment for mobilization, why would he just go ahead and execute such a contract without mobilization, without IPC payments and all that?
Honorable Chair, the choice of mobilization usually depends on the capacity of the contractor. Some contractors want to use their own funds to work up to a point, and then they put in an IPC, which is what Reggie Manuel did. And that particular IPC that was submitted has been sent to the Ministry of Finance for payment.
So why did the ministry fail to submit all contract documents on Reggie Manuel? Because from what the auditor cited, there were no sufficient documents confirming the contract award to Reggie Manuel.
Honorable Chair, with regards to the documents, we made the point that because this request, when this request came to us, the documents are available, and so we've even made copies available even to this committee.
Okay, you talked about the capacity of the contractor.
Yes.
And that determines whether there will be mobilization or not. But in this case, you did not take the financial statements of this contractor in question. You did not take the tax clearance certificates and SNIT clearance and other documents.
Honorable Chair, I wish the Director of Procurement were here. But all these documents, all these statutory documents were taken. This project went through the whole procurement cycle where their certificates of commencement, certificate of incorporation, their tax, their VAT, their GRA, their audited accounts were all provided. and they were vetted by the evaluation committee and PPA.
You confirm if these documents were provided to the auditors when they came on site?
Honorable Chair, they did not request for it because in coming here, we brought copies of all those documents.
Auditors, this is a serious one. You have cited them as not having provided these documents. And here the ministry claims that you did not request for these documents. Can you clarify this?
Honorable Chair, we were not provided with those documents. If they had given it to us, obviously we would not report, that they have not given to us. Yeah.
Minister, do you have anything to say on this? Because your ministry says they were not asked to provide any of these documents. They had them. But then here, if an auditor cites lack of evidence for this, it means that they requested and they were not provided those documents for them to cite.
Honorable Chair, I have no reason to doubt the bureaucrats from the ministry. But even so, we have come with boxes of documents, including these particular ones. If it pleases the committee, we can submit the documents that didn't get the attention of the auditors, for which reason this infraction has been charged at us.
Honorable Minister, we are not auditors. We ask questions. So if they have it, please provide that to the auditors.
We will gladly do so, sir.
Okay, and for the many other contracts that had issues with documentation, do you have them all on file?
Honorable Chair, we do.
Would you make these available to the auditors?
Yes, it's part of what we brought, the copies that we made. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Minister, Honorable Minister, thank you for coming. You will hear from us. You are discharged.
Honorable Chair, on behalf of the Honorable Minister and our team, let me once again express our sincerest gratitude to this August committee. We take the work of this committee very seriously, and it is our policy at the ministry that at all times we will present ourselves to you for scrutiny and guidance. We are most grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's call the Office of Government Machinery. Clerk, could you please let them take the oath, please.
Yep, that's fine. I'll read from here. I, Nana,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue. Shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Madam Chief of Staff, could you and your delegation introduce yourselves to the committee?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. My name is Nana Oye Bampoado, Deputy Chief of Staff in charge of Finance and Administration.
My name is Dr. Abubakar Ohayo, the Chief Director.
My name is George Lomote, former Procurement Director for the Office of the President.
My name is Prosper Kambong, Director General Ghana AIDS Commission.
I'm Thomas Niashali Thompsonai, the head of the Internal Audit Agency.
My name is Ebenezer Frimpong, head of finance.
My name is Barbara Milstetti, Chief Architect.
My name is Armstrong Abuado, Director of Finance and Administration.
Okay, your infraction starts from page 47, and Honorable Kinney will start with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this infraction has to do with renovation of the Blaster Square for the celebration of the 67th Independence celebration. Mr. Chairman, a total amount of 21.8 million was paid to settle 2 contractors in relation to the said contract. But unfortunately, this same amount was captured the second time as of December 31st, 2024. Can you please explain why this happened the second time?
Thank you, Honorable Member. This will be addressed by the Chief.
Please
Director.
address the Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This will be addressed by Chief Director. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Chair. For the renovation of the Blaster Square, the auditors captured the contractor as if it was just one contractor. There are 3. There were 3 contractors that executed the project. Kube Ghana Limited, Jessica Limited, Sisdan Limited. So these are the 3 contractors. And yes, it's true we process the payment certificates and the 3 were paid. I'm sure the auditors inspected the Blaster Square to verify whether the work was done or not. And indeed, it was executed. We cannot remember where we captured the same transaction twice. The finance director is here. Our former procurement director is also here. He's now with the head of civil service. They can also throw more light on what I've just explained. Thank you.
Who were these contractors and how much were they paid respectively?
For Kube Ghana Limited, the amount paid was 11.7. The Jabscan Limited, 4.6 million, and Sisdan Limited, 4.2 million.
So that amounts to how much?
20,691,930 Ghana cedis, 87 pesos. The other 1 million that you are looking at is a different project. It's just here. It's not the Blaster Square. That one was a renovation that the OGM did for Internal Audit Agency. So that is what is showing as if we've paid the Blaster Square project 21 million plus.
Sir, that's not what it says. The report that we have over here, the EMAC construction, it says request for payment of the renovation works of part of State House, formerly Chieftaincy Ministry, for internal audit agency. So this one is not about Blaster Square. The question is, this was processed twice. That is what we are talking about. The auditor says you process it twice.
That's where, from the report, I want to find out the page that indicated that we processed it twice.
When they were leaving, didn't they have an exit conference with you?
They did, but not to say that we processed this particular project twice. They did.
But they didn't point it out to you. So when they left, then they wrote over here, auditors, could you come in, please?
Honorable Chair, this is one of those duplicated arrears that were included in the schedule provided to us by the Ministry of Finance, which we understand was given to Ministry of Finance by the Office of Government Machinery. Indeed, we had an exit meeting and we pointed this out. And let me reiterate that after the exit meeting, we subsequently had meetings at the Ministry of Finance, not once, but twice. So this was pointed out to them. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister, Deputy Chief of Staff, I'm a bit worried about the fact that in here, in the report, it's stated that Kube Ghana Limited was the sole contractor. The Chief Director says that is not the case. So did you point it out to the auditors while they were with you that the 20.69 million that had already been paid was in fact paid to 3 different contractors and not just one contractor?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Chief Director will address this question.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. As I indicated earlier, the 3 contractors, Kube, yes, was the lead contractor. But the other 2 contractors, we gave them all the supporting documents to do their work. I think those who are here, I just met this man only once. But those who really did the audit work, one of them is
respectfully,
here.
you just go straight to the question
That's
and
what
ask
I'm
them.
saying.
But you don't tell who you met and who you did not meet.
We gave them the supporting documents.
Can you please hold on? The auditors, can you confirm if you were privy to the document stating that the 20.69 million was actually paid to 3 different contractors?
You see the contract.
Chief Director, can you turn off your mic? You paid it to 3 different contractors and not just one contractor, please.
Honorable Chair, the lead contractor was Kube contractor, and the payments were made to Kube.
Chief Director.
Yes.
Can you turn off your mic? Please, you just heard the confirmation from the auditors that the lead contractor was Kube Ghana Limited. So if you can, you have evidence of you paying to the 3 different contractors, this committee will be very happy to receive that document.
Thank you so much. In all, 5 payment certificates were made. And our former Chief Director, Heron Wood, signed all the applications. In fact, the first release letter was signed by you, Honorable Chair. That's 31st January 2024.
Respectfully, what we are saying is that whether it was signed or not, did you give it to them?
Yes, please.
If you gave it to them, can we also have it?
It's here, please. It's even the
so usually when you come here and we ask for documents, you ask our clerk to bring it to us. We will look at it and then forward it to the auditors.
Okay, it's here. All the release letters are here. There were 5.
So if you really showed, hold on, can you hold on, please? Turn off your mic. Please, if you really showed it to the auditors, and how come the auditors just went ahead to put in Kube Ghana Limited and not all the other three? In the exit conference, did this not come up?
It didn't, because we gave them all the supporting documents.
So in the exit conference, they did not raise that Kube Ghana Limited had been paid 20.6 million. It didn't come up. They didn't show you this extract.
No, it was 11 million, not 20 million. The others were the aggregate of.
So did you inform the auditors that what you have put as 20.6 million is actually 11 million? Auditors, can you confirm whether you went through this process with Office of Government Machinery?
Honorable Chair, we did. And the issue here is really not about the payment, but the fact that even though the payment had been made, it had been included in
yes.
the arrears, yes.
Yes, but my concern is that when he was giving his submission, he disputed that Kube Ghana Limited was paid 20.6 million. We put the duplication aside because it didn't happen. It didn't get to happen. But my issue is this, meaning that this has been wrongly put in the report. Because then, Kube Ghana Limited did not receive 20.6 million, per what your report is saying. My only concern is that when we are representing data, we have to represent it as it is. But clearly, from this and what we have here, the data is not the same, because I can see 3 different contractors here: Kube, Javiaka, and Sesdan Limited.
Honorable Chair, we'll have to take a look at, yeah.
So we are happy to hand this over to the auditors to look at it and do the needful.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. Mr. Chair, page 47, with the Kube Ghana Limited, the contract details are release of funds for the renovation of the Black Star Square for the 67th Independence Celebration and other national events. I may be wrong, but if I recall correctly, 67th anniversary should be 2024. And that celebration took place at Koforidua, one of the resource centers. And so how do you renovate a place in Accra and the celebration takes place in a different region? I would want some clarification on that, please.
Honorable Chair, thank you. It's true. That was the contract name for, and it was meant for the 67th Independence. But later, there was change in the program. And it helped all of us, because during the 7th January, we didn't need money to renovate that same venue. Yes, the 7th Independence anniversary was moved to Koforidua. That's where it took place, after the award of the contract. So certainly it's true. What you are saying is very true. But, Honorable Chair, it helped the country, because for over 5-6 years, no independent anniversary took place there. And it meant that for the 7th January 2025 ceremony, we would have needed money to renovate the place. Though the first target was the independence, but later it was changed. And I don't think around this table we have the opportunity to say, because the contract is saying that we should renovate Blaster Square for 67th Independence. What it means is that by all means it should take place there. We also had higher authority. When they say move, we are moving. Sit, we are sitting. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I... Okay.
But sir, I mean, the law knows no higher authority. And you requested for money for a specific purpose, renovating a venue for an anniversary. Now you are saying that higher authority, and per what laws did you receive those orders from the higher authority that you acted on it and had to use the money to prepare the venue for the January 7th, 2025, instead of 6 months? We want to know.
Yes, so, Honorable Chair, it was a decision taken by the presidency at that time. So the contract had been awarded, works being executed, and then subsequent to that, the presidency at that time took an executive decision to relocate the commemoration to the Eastern region. I think it was a decision that was taken at the political level, and that is why this occurred. So by that time, the contract had already been awarded and executed. It was a decision taken by the then presidency.
Yes. Chief Director and Madam Chief of Staff, after the renovation, I don't know when it took place, but did you do another renovation before 7th of January's celebration or inauguration? Okay, then I just want to put that on record.
You see, honorable members, it's not about the celebration of independence. These are documents that they sent. I mean, it was sent twice. So that is what our focus should be. It's the Office of Government Machinery to strengthen and review and reconciliation process between supporting documents, such as contracts and whatever it says over there, and the records maintained or submitted to oversight bodies. Of variations identified should be promptly investigated. We are talking about duplication. So whether independence or not. And now the chief of staff, the chief director is insisting that there was no duplication. The auditors are saying that there's duplication. If the chief director would look at the recommendation and then make sure that there's no duplication out there, I think it will help you.
Honorable Chair, we've handed this earlier to your clerk. That's Appendix A.
What is it?
Appendix A. All the letters that we sent to Finance requesting for release of funds for the 5 payment certificates, they are here. This was handed over to the auditors. I can't remember us having another Appendix A that we sent to Ministry of Finance. If you look at the release letters that I submitted, what Finance normally, what they do is, once you've applied, the first letter was signed by our former Chief Director, 27th December 2023. Ministry of Finance...
1 minute. In the compilation of the arrears, who did it? The liabilities and everything that was sent to Ministry of Finance, who compiled those documents?
Accounts and budget.
So that is what the auditors are saying they received from your end, and that contained the duplication. They are not talking about any appendices. They are talking about the documentation that you sent to Ministry of Finance as part of your commitment, arrears and bank transfer advices. Even here, if you should look at it, the auditors are saying that you sent compilation of 2.3 billion Ghana cedis, and you are yet to even validate 2 billion, 2.3 billion. They only validated 7.2 million. So that is why we are asking, who compiled it? That is where the auditors are also saying that in the compilation, there were double things that have already been paid for in there as outstanding commitments or in the liability stage. That is what they are referring to. So let's get it clear that this is what the auditors are referring to, not the documents you are showing us, but they are saying that in the compilation, because the report here says you presented an amount of 2.3 billion to the auditors through the Ministry of Finance, and the amount was restated, and the amount validated was 7.2 million Ghana cedis, and they are waiting on you to justify 2.35 billion. That is what is in the report. The report, page 46, You see it clearly stated in there. If you have a copy of the report, I'll be glad if you look at it right now and then come back again with answers that can help address this issue. We are here to find solutions to these same problems that we encounter when there's a change in government. And that is why we are here. So help us help the government. And that is why everybody is seated around the table. As we speak now, we are on recess. We are supposed to be in our constituencies, but we are here doing this national assignment. So you have to cooperate with us and help us progress on this issue, respectfully.
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Chair. We'll look at it once again, but the auditors are here. The amount that we compile from our office and the amount that they receive from Ministry of Finance, which one is higher? We had exit conference with them.
Sir, I think you are missing the point. You are missing the point. The thing is, these are documents that you sent to Ministry of Finance. What they are saying is what you took out there was double. We are talking about the paperwork that you sent out there. You are missing the point. And I think if you keep calm and listen to what we are saying, it will help you. Because the next time, it is going to be a surcharge. We are not talking about any amount. We are talking about the compilation. Because after the final one, I don't think you inspected it yourself and sent it to. Yes, sir.
Based on my understanding, I think the issue has to do with those who compiled the list. That is what we should be tracing now. And he should be ready to give out the names of those who compiled that.
Honorable member, that is what we've been trying to explain to him, and he doesn't.
Chairman,
I don't think he's gotten it.
Chairman, but you see, Chairman, I'm reliably informed that the amount that we claim that has already been paid to Kube Ghana Limited, that amount, auditors, can you verify if indeed you have seen receipts of payment to them?
Honorable Chair, the payments have been made. The payments have been made to the contractors.
Let's move on to Honorable Akurugu. Is on page 48.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The auditors show that 1.9 million was recorded as payable to Japan Motor Trading Company for one motorbike that costs 51,757 and 5 saloon cars, which amounts to 1,892 million. Yet no delivery has occurred. Can you tell us?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Director General of the Ghana AIDS Commission will respond to this question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. This was part of a big a collective contract of 5 saloon cars, 1 motorbike, and 10 pickups for the regional response to the Ghana AIDS Commission. The contract, we had a commencement certificate for this contract, which was going to expire in December 2024. And then the contract was awarded to, after the evaluation process, was awarded to Japan Motors. Somewhere along the line, they brought us a way bill around October, November, for the delivery of these items. But then we added a clause for the payment that after the delivery, we would have to make full payment within 30 days of delivery, which was not in the initial contract document. Then we indicated to them that, no, we don't have that in the contract document. If that has to take place, we have to write to finance for that clearance. Then they said it was an election year, they were not going to make any delivery. So as we speak, the 1 motorbike, 5 saloon cars, 10 pickups for regional responses have not been delivered. And I think Japan Motors have written copiously to this committee, explaining their position why they have not been able to deliver these items.
Thank you. Management confirmed that although contracts were valid, suppliers demanded assurance of payment before delivering, leading to no supply. Does the contract with Japan Motors permit payment assurance before delivery?
Honorable Chair, in the contract document, that was not stated. The letter requesting payment included the down payment within 30 days of delivery, which was not within the contract document, and we couldn't honor that.
So who within the OGM was responsible for ensuring delivery, sir?
Actually, this is quite surprising because all these correspondences were with Minister of Finance, and Finance was supposed to make the payment. But it is always captured in our annual budgets to OGM, which is passed to Finance as part of our year-long budget.
Is this not evidence of complete breakdown in internal controls, exposing public funds to risk?
Mr. Chairman, I would rather say it's protection of public funds, because if we had gone into an agreement to pay within 30 days, which was not captured in the contract, that would have been going beyond our mandate. And we had to stay within the contract limits and what was provided for us to be able to execute the contract. So I would say that it's rather a precaution to protect public funds.
Please, can you throw more light on what was in the contract for us, please?
So the contract, Japan Motors was to supply 1 motorbike, 5 saloon cars, and 10 pickups. And this was initiated by the board, writing to the Chief Director to support the regional responses of the Ghana AIDS Commission. The fact is that 6 new regions were created, and then we didn't have operational activities in these 6 new regions. 4 other regions didn't have a capacity to move because the vehicles were broken down. So this application was done to the Chief of Staff, who granted permission for the process to take place, but with the caveat that all these cars must be locally assembled cars. So we opened the tenders through the necessary process, and Japan Motors won this. Throughout the whole contract period, working with Japan Motors, the deliverables were there. And then we wrote to Finance for the commencement certificate, and Finance responded and gave the commencement certificate, which was going to expire in December 2024. So when the contract documents were signed, Japan Motors were to do the deliveries. Somewhere in October, November of 2024, they gave us a way bill of the 1 motorbike, the 5 saloon cars, and the 10 pickups. However, following the way bill, they wrote to us indicating that before the delivery or at the point of delivery, we would have to make payment of the full value of the whole contract, which is about 9.7 million, within 30 days of the contract execution. Otherwise, 3% monthly interest was going to accrue. That was not captured in contract. So we felt that we needed to get this correction done. And we told Japan Motors we can't accept that. And therefore, they did not deliver the vehicles.
Okay, please, so last one. What type of motorbikes were you buying that cost 51,757?
I think it's a Yamaha CDE. The specifications, I'll need to check the documents. But it's a Yamaha. It is a cross-country Yamaha motorbike.
Don't you think it's too expensive for?
Well, I don't do contract. This I will not be able to say, but that was the quotation.
So let me bring something here. You know, in the health system and then health delivery system, they buy Yamaha because it's durable. You can, cross river with it. You can go through the mud and Yamaha is expensive. You can cross-check. It's not gelling or anything. Yamaha motorbikes are expensive. Even this one, when you go to the market, is higher than this.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Honorable Nana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it was recommended by the auditors that there should be a review and reconciliation process between the supporting documents such as the contract certificates, invoices, schedules, and the records maintained or submitted to oversight bodies. Have you been able to do that? Thank you.
I am surprised at this because the contract was not actually executed. So the recommendation may be a little, sorry to say, not related to the findings of the explanations I've given.
Honorable Hetoje, what do you have to say?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
The previous issue. Some payments were made, and that one was legitimate, but they submitted for the same payment to be made. Let's try to find out those who were behind that. Because my conscience is not allowing me. Let's try to find out those who compiled that particular one. Because if we don't do it, and we continue working it over, there are people somewhere looking at us, and they will think that maybe we have something to hide. Let's try to find out those who submitted for the second payment that the auditors detected.
From the chief director, he make mention that it is the account and budget people who they compile those issues and send them to Ministry of Finance, and not through him. So if the people at the account and budget made that mistake.
So if they do it, are they not there? If they are there, if they are not there, and they are elsewhere, what are we doing?
Let me help you, honorable member. Let me help you, honorable member. Auditors, finance, did they pay twice? Did they pay double?
Honorable Chair, no, there was no double payment. It's just that in the schedule of outstanding claims, those payments had already been made.
Are you satisfied?
I'm not thinking about double payment.
That's what you are talking about.
Oh, listen carefully to me.
That the first one was paid.
The first one was paid.
So,
but someone prepared for a second one. If they had intercepted, that would have been done. Who did that? If they hadn't intercepted, that payment would have been made. And who did that? Who did the compilation?
Calm down. Calm down.
I can understand the passion to which, I mean, that is why we have spent the whole day sitting on this committee just to unearth some of these anomalies. Just that since we started considering this report, there's been one revelation, that sometimes monies are paid to contractors or suppliers without the knowledge of the agency. And so you realize that as of December 2024, when they were asked to do the audit, some of the agencies presented claims that in their books appears to have not been paid to the Ministry of Finance. And that is why in the wisdom of the Ministry of Finance, he asked the auditors to conduct this exercise, to unearth all these anomalies. And so I understand your passion. But just like the auditor said, I mean, this whole thing would also lead to some amendments to our laws so that, I mean, there will be proper communication between agencies. So take it easy. Honorable.
Oh, my only reason is this. If we continue having these kind of people there, today they are moved from this ministry to the other. They go there. And auditors, maybe at their downtime, not able to do a very effective job, they will pass it through.
Do you have any evidence?
They will share it. But at the end of the day, they insult politicians.
Honorable member, do you have any evidence that this was done deliberately? If you have that, please lay it out.
Do I have to give an evidence that this was done deliberately? I don't have to do that. But the issue is that should give us a leeway to know that there are a lot of rots in the system. So those who have done that, call them, find out why they have done it again. You knew that they submitted a claim to the ministry already. Yet you have prepared another one. what did you prepare that for? I mean, the people will explain. But if we leave it like that, it will continue.
So,
Thank you very much. Deputy Chief of Staff, you said you are in charge of finance and admin. When were they compiled and sent to Ministry of Finance? You know the period, you know at least there's a head, there are various divisional heads before it finally gets to you. I'll crave your indulgence to find out those in that chain of command and see how best you can salvage the situation. Because they were compiled certainly by human beings, and they were compiled by people at Office of Government Machinery. And so if this anomaly has been detected, I think we will leave it for you to look at it and get back to us. What is worrying is the fact that 2.3 billion, 2.37 billion was taken for validation. And the auditors still rejected 2.3. They did not reject, but they put it on hold, asking for proper documentation. That is very worrying. That is very worrying because you cannot send documents to demand 2.3 billion and the documents are not adequate enough for government to honor its obligations. Government will want to honor its obligations, but it must be lawful, it must be justified. And that is what the auditors are saying. And so we'll plead with you to look at it and see how best we can get some answers to what transpired during the submission of the documentation as well as during the audit. Whether your people were even attentive to what the auditors were saying. Madam, it will interest you to know that sometimes when the auditors come, nobody minds them. I have seen it before. They don't even escalate matters to the top until it becomes a management issue. And then you are called to come and sit and answer. I have been here before. Sometimes you don't even know that these are the management issues that have been picked up with your ministry, department, or agency. You only hear from Ministry of, from Public Accounts Committee to come and sit and answer to some of these queries. So I'll crave your indulgence to look at how you attend to the auditors when they come to the Office of Government Machinery. Sometimes, if proper care and attention is paid to what they've asked us to do, we wouldn't find ourselves in this situation. So we ask that you look at it again and see how best moving forward. Like I said, this is not to achieve any headlines. Neither is it to settle political scores. But our aim is to bring about reforms and tighten systems and controls. And that is why we are here. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. There are obviously some discrepancies with respect to documentation. Looking at what our office submitted to the Ministry of Finance on one hand, and then what Ministry of Finance submitted to the Auditor General on the other hand. And I believe we may not be able to verify or validate the documents. So yes, I will ensure that the tracking is done. We'll find out from the records at our registry the documents that were submitted to Ministry of Finance, and also ascertain from the Ministry of Finance the documents in our case that were handed over to the Auditor General, so that we can do a reconciliation, and we'll subsequently submit a report on that to you. And just to add on that, we are watching keenly this process. We've looked at the law, and we have asked all sectors to keep an eye and for all ministers to be part of this process. So we have done that, and we're keeping an eye on the audit process. And we have written to all sector ministers to make sure that they are part of the management, the exit meeting processes. So this is what we are doing on our part. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam. We are grateful.
Honorable Faustina, are you done? Honorable Akurugu, you are done?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Now let's move to the next one, which is Honorable Bauer, page 49.
Madam Chief of Staff, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Director, this particular page relates to an IPC raised by IMAC Construction Limited, which is 3,554. And then the amount on the Ministry of Finance schedule is 240,344. So there's a discrepancy of 236,790 Ghana cedis. Can you explain why?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Director General will address this.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The amount of 3554 has to do with a professional services charge and not to the contractor. I'm sure there was a mishap. I have with me the professional fee raised by AESL, which has to do with reimbursables for IPC number 4, and that has to do with 3554. That was what we submitted to the Office of the President. I'm also reliably informed that we have two IPCs, of which were not honored. It has to do with the retention fee of the contractor and that of the additional works that the contractor did. I'm sure there was a mishap, and it is not the contractor that we hold the 355. It has to do with a professional fee. So please, I have a copy of that if I could share with the chair.
You see, what I say all the time is this. When the auditors come, have time to explain these to them. Now you are bringing it here. I'm not an auditor. The auditors, these people came to your place. Anyway, Honorable Bao, continue.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just continuing from where you just left off. But before I make any comment, may I seek some clarification from the auditors as to the answer being given by the director?
Honorable Chair, as clearly indicated in the report, the details, as was given to us by the Ministry of Finance and as we verified, is a request for payment for consultancy services. What we saw on the IPC is 3554, which he confirms. But what was on the MOF schedule is 240,344. Honorable Chair.
Now, Director, if I may ask, during the audit, did you have time to meet with the auditors to explain to them this explanation that you've just given to the committee?
Honorable Chair, the contract was paid at the level of the Ministry of Finance. And when IPCs are raised, the consultant will do some validation and then submit it to IAA. IAA will then put a covering letter on it to the Ministry of Finance. During the work of the external auditors, they did not engage IAA. In fact, both the entry and the exit conference, IAA was not involved. I only got to know of this just last week when the report was issued.
Director, were you involved in the exit conference?
Please, I'm sorry, I was not invited.
Auditors, is it true that they were not invited for the exit conference?
Honorable Chair, we sent an invitation to the Office of Government Machinery to have a closing meeting with them. As to who they invite to that meeting is, I would say, up to them, for the closing meeting. But then they were invited, the OGM was invited for the closing meeting.
Why I'm insisting on this is that this issue is just some trivial issue, which if you have met at the exit conference, this issue could have been resolved and we will not be here wasting precious time over this. And then I think it's important that at least we all know that if you are exiting after an audit, that is where all the findings are made known to the entity. And then if they have any responses, they give to you before the report is prepared. And so it is clear from this conversation that at the exit conference, you did not meet the OGM.
Honorable Chair, we did.
There was a representative from OGM at the exit conference.
Yes, please.
And you presented this to them?
Yes, please.
Director, are you hearing me?
Honorable Chair, I'm sorry I wasn't invited. I would have been there to explain this.
Not you. Was somebody invited from your agency?
If there is any invitation, it will come through my end.
So you never received. But auditors, how do you invite entities? Is it by word of mouth? I mean,
the institution that we audited was the OGM, and they provided the schedule. So the schedule was under Office of Government Machinery. Honorable Chair, we invited the Office of Government Machinery for the closing meeting. As I indicated, I think it is the responsibility of the OGM to invite all their agencies.
Chief Director, did you receive
attend
the invitation from the auditors?
You see, at times we need not confuse the two. We have Office of the President and we have Office of Government Machinery. This whole exercise took place in the Office of the President. So when you invite Office of the President officials, you don't assume that it's Office of Government Machinery. And
hello, sir. I've asked you,
yes,
please.
Yes, we
you
attended.
are not talking to the auditors. Please.
Yes,
talk to us.
very sorry. Yeah,
I've asked you a specific question.
Yes, please.
You are the Chief Director at the Office of Government Machinery.
Yes.
Were you invited or not?
Yes, I was invited.
You were invited?
Yes, please.
And did you inform the agencies that you?
All the agencies, see, the report we got was not specific to any agency. It was under the umbrella of OGM. This particular issue from IAA, now with the Ministry of Finance, fortunately, they are even no more under OGM. He's just attending. As wasn't made known to us, or else we would have invited them. You see, at times people assume that once you sit in the Office of the President, you know everything that takes place.
Boss, we are not
OGM.
assuming, we are not engaged in assumption
I'm saying
business. No, please. We are not talking to the auditors, sir. We are not talking to the auditors. You are engaging the Public Accounts Committee and not the auditors. The auditors are here to assist us unearth the issues. You received an invitation from the auditors for an exit meeting. True or false? This matter in question, did it come before you? Was it contained in the discussions? Were you part of the exit meeting?
The invitation was addressed to the former Chief Director. We just participated.
You participated?
Yes, that's why
This matter come up during the meeting?
Per your invitation letter, it was indicated that all former directors or those on schedules, we should write to them. We did. If he was here, he can best answer that question, but he's not here.
Sir, did this matter come up during the exit meeting?
Yes, please, it came up.
Honorable Chair, I would offer a proposal or make a recommendation that perhaps for purposes of clarity, if the Auditor General could indicate, because of the peculiarity of the Office of Government Machinery, perhaps it may help. I don't think it would help if they could indicate some of the entities specifically in their report so that it would help. Then this situation would be addressed. But perhaps because it was a general invitation, it sort of determined the officers who were present at the meeting. But maybe in the future, if they could help by being a bit more specific, just providing some, that may help in future. Thank you.
Chairman, from the foregoing, I will advise that at least it's like there's a mishap. If they could, if you could instruct the auditors so that they can do some reconciliation over this, because
the reconciliation would happen. It will happen. But what I don't get over here is they send an invitation to them. Some people show up, other people don't show up. That is a worry. And auditors, I think, to also help you, the suggestion that we made earlier, all those people who show up for the exit conference, you let them sign a sheet of paper. Then they can come and sit here and tell us that I didn't know. But if we're head of an institution, you need to know the people that you need to bring to the table. Because there was an audit. Who followed the auditors around when they were doing the audit? Honorable, are you done? Thank you. Let's go to the next one. Honorable Shelley Che will take care of page 51.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This is to do with long outstanding invoices that span between 7 to 8 years, i.e. in the years of 2017 and 2018. I would like to know if you can please explain how outstanding scheduled payments are arranged in your establishment. I mean, do you do first delivered, first paid basis, or there are other ways you consider to qualify them for payments?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Director of Finance will address this issue.
This is on page 51.
Thank you. Yeah, these are outstandings as have been noted here. So what we will do is that we will do a follow-up, the Minister of Finance, and find out how these outstandings could be dealt with. Thank you.
You knew you were coming to the committee and you knew you had these issues to resolve and you didn't take time to resolve them or make those inquiries before coming. Is that what you're trying to tell the committee?
Yeah, it has been a long-standing issue. So we will still pursue it, please, and find out why it has been delayed. It has delayed so far.
I don't know if I should have any follow-up questions for you, because it looks like you came unprepared. Are you ready for my follow-ups?
The Chief Director has something to say.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Just 2 days ago, Minister of Finance circulated all the claims. I'm sure probably the auditors are aware. And as part of OGM's certified outstandings for payment, these logistics things were all tallied up to be paid by Minister of Finance. So it's part of the outstandings that Ministry of Finance will pay. Thank you.
Okay, that's good. But I asked specific questions because we want to prevent this in the future. So I wanted to know, how do you arrange for outstanding payments in your establishment? Do you do a first delivered, first paid basis? Or what other mechanisms do you have in place?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. We, as per the recommendations by auditors, we've done the outstanding aging analysis such that it's first come, first serve. And we are just lucky that Ministry of Finance have captured this as part of the outstandings that they will pay. So going forward, that's what we need to do. Thank you.
Can you also let me know how you arrange for procurement? You make procurement considerations without any plans or budgetary provisions, because it looks like you didn't budget for these, or that's why they have not been paid till date. Or
can you repeat your question? I didn't my attention.
So when you have payments that date back 8 years, meanwhile in between, I believe you've made payments to others. And that's why I wanted to understand how you do it. Because if you were doing it on a first delivered, first paid basis, and which you alluded to, I don't think we would have been looking at a payment that goes back to 8 years. So
if you look at, I don't have it readily here. If you look at one of the transactions, it was furniture procured for the defunct Ministry of Monitoring. There was a ministry called Monitoring. Certainly this not an agency or call center under OGM, but it has been captured under OGM as if it's owned by OGM. I think it's 145,000, if you look at that transaction. So some of this, naturally, till is our attention is drawn to it. We can't even add it to our debt analysis. But as I said, Finance said they are going to pay for this, and going forward, we'll have the aging analysis as and when, and with the current CA coming up, I don't even think there will be the need to even keep or shelf some outstandings for a very long period.
But Chief Director.
Yes, please.
You procured furniture for the National Cathedral Secretariat at the State House as far back as April 2018. Isn't that under Office of Government Machinery? No, use a microphone.
I specifically mentioned the Ministry of Monitoring. I didn't say the cathedral wasn't part
but
of
this was from 2018, and it still hasn't been paid.
Yes, that's why Ministry
And
of
then
Finance
you have a
paid
supply of camera accessories to Flagstaff House. That was 2017. That one hasn't been paid. Isn't that under Office of Government Machinery?
Yes, it's under Office of Government
Supply of office furniture for Procurement Ministry. Wasn't that under Office of Government Machinery?
That's the one I was referring to, the 145,000.
No.
Oh. The Ministry. This procurement ministry was not under Office of Government Machinery. That's what I'm explaining. Okay. The very last transaction, that's procurement ministry. That one doesn't come under Office of Government Machinery. It was a full ministry by itself, and till the auditors brought this to our attention, it was not part of our standing debt.
You see, this is the problem. This is what we are trying to solve. There was a procurement ministry. If you had brought the right people at the exit conference, you would have known that this was from, 2017. Then we sit down, and these people sue the government. Then they get judgment debt, and nobody knows who's supposed to do what. That's the problem. Chief Director.
Let me explain something. Before the audit, the procurement ministry was not even in existence. It's because of this procurement
Sir,
audit.
That is 1 out of 5 over here. What about the cameras for the Flagstaff House? They bought it in 2017. Flagstaff House. It exists, doesn't it? Honorable Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 2 things. Respectfully, I think the explanation that the procurement ministry has not been in existence for some time does not suffice in this case, because the contract date was 15th June 2017. And even if a ministry is dissolved, its responsibilities or operations are moved under a different agency or ministry. And so that cannot be an excuse. But I am curious about one thing. This outstanding payments spanning between 7 and 8 years involves 4 different contracts. And all these contracts belong to one company, Alban Logistics. So procurement of office furniture for National Cathedral Secretariat, 2018, Alban Logistics. Procurement of supply of furniture for Office of Minister for State, 2017, October, Alban Logistics. Supply of camera, December 2017, Alban Logistics. Supply of furniture, Procurement Ministry, 2017, June. How is it that, I'm curious, that one company keeps getting government contracts not being paid and keeps bidding for the same contract and is not being paid, and only that company is outstanding for that period? Can it be coincidental? I want to understand whether the person was running charity or not. Different dates, different years, same company, no payments, and he keeps bidding for more contracts. If the chief director can offer some explanation.
The procurement director or former procurement director said he can talk to it. Go ahead.
Oh, former procurement director.
Yes.
Honorable, since 2017 till...
it's not honorable, respond to the chair.
Honorable Chair, all the procurements were done competitively. Now, as to the reason why these ones haven't been paid, I think it's an oversight. As the Chief Director was explaining, one of them was done for the Ministry of Procurement. The other one was done for National Cathedral, and then the 2 were for the Office of the President. Now, the reasons for non-payment, I don't know why that wasn't that, because all the documents were done at the time of award. It went through the ETC committee, it was approved and everything. It was submitted for payment. So at that point, it moves from procurement to other units. And the reasons for the non-payment, I'm not too sure why that happened.
So are you advocating that because the company did bid for several contracts and have not been paid, we should quickly validate so that if it's genuine?
Mr. Chair, no. Mr. Chair, my follow-up question to his answer. He said it was an oversight. Looking at the amounts involved, and within the period, the same office has made payments to other contractors. And in an earlier response to the Honorable Shelley, he actually said they do make payments based on deliverable or first, let's say first come, first serve basis, just in that lay language. Now, an oversight involving the same company, 4 different contracts. Well, I leave the judgment for all of us around this table.
Why is the supplier not being paid and others being paid?
Exactly.
You answer that. Why that supplier is not being paid, others are being paid? Yes or no?
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would like to find out from...
Let the Chief Director answer why you have not paid the supplier. Or your answer is oversight.
No, I didn't say oversight. It's just that probably it was the procurement process, as the former director in the office mentioned, when everything was perfect. But the volume of work, as at the time of this procurement, 2017, the agencies and call centers alone under OGM were 46. So once probably a particular call center, you've procured things and we are not getting your documentations, those that are ready, we'll normally send it to Ministry of Finance for payment. At times too, people need to follow up. And it's just that probably the contractor relax. I wouldn't say like my brother Bandi said probably is charitable or something, but probably the follow-up was very weak. These are the reasons I can give for now. Thank you.
The follow-up was very weak, so based on that, someone who supply the OGM for 3 consecutive or 4 times is not being paid. I mean, we will not accept that answer. 8 years. Why? Is it what crime did he commit? So, Chief Director, what plans do you have towards making payments to the supplier?
Indicated earlier, fortunately for us, Ministry of Finance have agreed to settle that for us. It's part of the outstandings that they say they will pay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My question is to the former procurement director. I would like to find out if urban logistics, his contracts were subjected to competitive bidding.
Honorable Chair, the answer is yes.
Thank you very much.
So we'll move to the next question. You are not done. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, please, just so we don't come back to this, there was a recommendation made that where payables are valid for payments, the appropriate approval process should be followed through. Can you run us through your appropriate approval process? How do you do it so we don't get this problem here the next time?
Thank you. Honorable Chair, please, who is the question addressed to? Because I see. Is it to the former procurement director?
I think the chief director can help us because he's still at the, you are still at post, right? So maybe you can help us because it will be coming to you or not.
Yeah, it will come.
So please, can you help us?
Yes, we have the chief of staff. All correspondences are addressed to the honorable chief of staff. Then he will minute it down to Deputy Chief of Staff, Finance and Administration, and gets back to Chief Director, depending upon the subject matter. If it's about payments, then it goes to the budget unit. Then from there to Ministry of Finance and to accounts for payment. That's how it's done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There was a question Nana J asked as to whether the award of this contract.
Gabi, there's the chair. You don't just.
Chair, yeah.
Please.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Yeah. As to whether they went through the competitive bidding, and you say yes, what is the proof?
Honorable Chair, I think we can provide the proof if that is needed. But all the contracts, prior to the change of the rule on this 100,000 threshold, anything above 100,000 will go through an ETC validation before it is paid. These contracts went through that validation before.
Even in that year, 2017?
Yes, 2017, we had the old threshold, so that is what we're using in terms of the approval hierarchy before payments are made. So it went through.
Mr. Chairman, would you allow him to give us documentation to that effect?
Honorable, I think the procurement processes are not in question here. The audit is very clear, and some payments have been validated but not yet paid. I think take the proper steps so that Ministry of Finance can clear these debts from our books. Chair, let's move on.
Thank you. And the next infraction is in page 52. Honorable Simon, I will go take that.
Thank you very much, Chair. Office of Government Machinery, do you have an aging analysis in place? Because according to the report, you don't seem to have one. Do you have an aging register in place for all your payables that are falling due?
Deputy Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chief Director will respond.
Thank you. I think I've mentioned this already, that based on the recommendation by the auditors, we are going to do aging analysis of our standards, and that should suffice. I even mentioned that first come, first serve. I mentioned it. For now, we don't have. That's the truth.
Thank you for the truth, because that is what it's all about. It's about telling us the truth. But so, do you have your attention, Chief Director? So you're admitting that all this while you have not had a way of managing your payables, and that whatever comes just on top of your head, you feel like, let's pay Mr. A, let's pay Mr. B. Is that the reason why Alban hasn't been paid? Because it's not one of your, or let's pay this one person, like it's not one of the people you want to pay?
Thank you so much. The fact that I said we don't have any aging analysis doesn't mean that we just pay. We have a schedule, but not as outstanding aging analysis. But we don't just pay us or look at your face or forehead to pay you. Well, that's not what I'm talking about here.
Chief Director, you know, Honorable Shelley just finished questioning, and Honorable Edem followed up on that, because this is curious. The Alban logistics outstanding is curious, and what you're saying goes to suggest that this is probably what you're doing. That would be my thinking or my conclusion. But just to say that as of 2024, your payables came up to about 213 million. That is so much. And to think that you have no proper plan, system in place is worrying to me as a member of parliament and somebody who thinks that our resources should be applied in the best way that we can, because they are limited. I want to suggest that you immediately assign an officer from your finance department to keep proper track of all your payables as and when they fall due. Will you consider doing that?
Yes, please. This is free consultation. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, that's it for now.
Thank you. So, Chief Director, Chief of Staff, the payment for 8 years, the company, they have not been paying. I will urge your office to do the needful. This is a Ghanaian who is doing his lawful work, and then he needs to be paid. So we actually plead that you go ahead and do the needful. Thank you very much, and you are discharged.
We're grateful. Good afternoon. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
GIIF. Are they here? They should come. Clerk, administer the oath, please. GIIF. The clerk, please administer the oath. Put on the mic, please.
That the evidence I shall give. Okay.
I, Michelle Atamil,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Put your mic on. Yeah, if you are welcome, can you please introduce yourselves to the members?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My account for Deputy CEO for GIF, and I'm standing in for my Chief Executive, who has had some family emergencies, and that has taken him outside the country at the moment. And with me...
My name is Michelle Atamil. I'm the Deputy CEO for GIF.
My name is Reginald Okai. I'm the Chief Finance Officer for GIF.
I didn't really... Your name wasn't that clear. Please, yes. Take your time and just let me know your name.
Michelle Atamil.
Reginald Okai, Chief Finance Officer for GIF.
And I am Nancy Naki Nate, the Finance Officer at GIF.
Okay, so thank you very much, you're welcome. Your infractions borders on issues of transfer, issues of long outstanding ABTs, BTAs, unsupported BTAs, and then with this regard, our Vice Chairman for the committee will take you through this.
Thank you. I think this is a straightforward matter. You submitted some 381,707,794 claims to the Ministry of Finance. But after the audit, only 81,707,794 could be validated. In fact, there wasn't any rejection, but there's an amount that is pending, and that is huge, 300 million. Are you able to explain to this committee why these amounts are pending? There are reasons that have been cited, but I would want to give you the opportunity to talk first. Thank you.
Deputy CEO, what to you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, first of all, I'd like to speak to the long outstanding BTAs, as you have mentioned. We would have a figure of 81,707,794. Now, as you are probably aware, when GIF was established, there was supposed to be a funding source, and these funding sources were two. One was supposed to be from VAT, the other was supposed to be coming from ABFA. Now, in 2017, there was an introduction of an amendment that actually canceled these sources of funds. And so 81,707,794 was part of these monies that ought to have been remitted to us. Unfortunately, we were not made aware, because once there was amendment and we felt that we would no longer receive these monies, we never asked for any money again. And so this came to us as monies that should have come to us, but we never received the money. We never received this money. And so
you mean out of the over 381 million claims that you submitted, if you look at the audit report, it says that this amount that you make claims to, the 81,707,794, is the outstanding 2016 allocation to the fund.
Yes.
And it's an approved money.
Yes,
Yes.
it's approved. There was a BTA issued to that effect, but we never received the money into our account.
So you have not received the funds into
Not
your
at all,
account.
not at all.
But let's go to the unvalidated
Yes, please.
give items.
Yes, please.
Let me start with your project, Accra Tema Motorway Extension Project.
Okay.
The amount involved is 260 million, and the audit service could not validate even 1 cent out of this. Are you able to provide documentations? Have you provided documentations to the audit as to the justification for this amount that you are requesting to support the construction of the Accra Tema Motorway and Extension Project?
Mr. Chair, with your kind permission, I would not be able to speak to the 260 million. And the reason is that the 260 million was meant for the Accra Tema motorway project. These monies normally would have to been submitted, transferred to GIF. But it was rather transferred to BOG in an account called Viability Gap Fund. And that account sits with BOG, which GIF has no control at all. And so we're not even notified that these monies have gone to BOG. And
but the issue here is that these are claims that you submitted to the Ministry of Finance as of December 2024 as monies that are due you or monies that you owe. Now you are saying that you cannot speak to it. Unless I'm not getting the right rendition, auditors. But other than that, I feel that, these are matters that they brought before the Ministry of Finance. Please, let me seek clarification from the auditors so that we can... Please go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So, indeed, total claims submitted was 381.7 million for us to validate. And we approved 81.7 based on the information provided to us. So you could see that even in the approval, details were giving us to the year that amount relate to. Now, out of that amount, there is 300 million that we haven't received the appropriate documentation for us to say they are okay for the payment to be made. That is the context of the finding, please.
Yes, so I think that if you listen to what the auditors are saying, these are claims that you submitted when the Ministry of Finance asked that every agency should submit their claim to them. These are matters that you submitted. And so you should be... the right person to speak to it.
Yes. So,
are you able to speak to the issues?
So come.
Please kindly come. Did you take the oath?
You did take oath already?
You say yes.
Okay. So
kindly sit down. All right. So, GIF made these claims to your ministry. Now, the argument is that they cannot own this debt or they cannot own this liability on their books. What do you have to say to it?
Hello, before you proceed, did you take oath today?
Yesterday, please.
No. It's not still binding. So, Clerk, please can you swear me?
I, Abdurrahman Ibrahim, do in the name of the Almighty God swear Do in the name of the Almighty God swear. That the evidence I shall give before this committee. That the evidence I shall give before this committee. Touching the matter in issue. Touching the matter in issue. Shall be the truth. Shall be the truth. The whole truth. The whole truth. And nothing but the truth. And nothing but the truth. So help me God. So help me God.
Okay, so gentlemen, you are welcome from Ministry of Finance. Can you, give your name to the minister?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Ibrahim Abdurrahman with the Budget Office of the Ministry of Finance.
So proceed to answer the question, please.
So, Mr. Chair, in relation to the BTAs that is in the name of GIF, those are transfers that Ministry of Finance does to GIF in order for them to undertake their mandate. Yesterday, as my Chief Director explained, for the BTAs, those are claims or transactions that have come through the Ministry of Finance in the form of a release letter to the Controller and Accountant General for payment. So once they are not paid, then they become an outstanding BTA. For the GIF BTA, they are just like the statutory funds. When allocations are made from our research division to the statutory funds, transfers are made to them. So those ones are not claims they have requested for, but transfers that the ministry does to them in order for them to undertake their mandate. So for the 260 million CD in question, that relates to viability government funding that's supposed to cater for the Accra-Tema motorway. So they are not actually claims that they have submitted to the ministry for payment, but transfers being made to them in order to undertake that project.
Okay, so do I get an understanding that are they the entity to undertake those projects?
Yes, please.
But the Accra-Tema motorway has been awarded under contract. Are you aware of this?
Yes. So, I don't know.
Yes, Accra-Tema motorway is a subsidiary under GIF. And from time to time, funds are made available to us, to the Accra-Tema motorway company. And then they utilize those funds to execute the project. But it's only when we are made aware, or the funds finally sit in our books, that we take account of. But when finance has made an allocation and it doesn't get to us, we do not recognize it.
Very well. Auditors, are we able to reconcile the positions that have been given, one from the Finance Ministry and also from GIF?
Honorable Chair, the schedule that was given to us to audit had an amount of 260 million in respect of project development funding, capital required, Accra-Tema motorway extension project. That's 260 million. Agenda 111, district and regional hospitals, making up 40 million. Total, the 300 million in question. Once you've submitted this for validation, then it's expected that information will be provided to support why they have been captured as claims or BTs, for us to validate and say, it's okay, proceed to pay. But as rightly indicated in the finding, there aren't any other documentation provided except the figures. So that is what we are reporting on.
Well, you have to report anyway. And so, because these monies are coming from the Ministry of Finance, we believe strongly that they would do the needful there. But are you able to give me some explanation on the 40 million for Agenda 111?
Yes, Honorable Chairman, we would speak to that. So what is captured here by the auditors we think is a reconciliation of government machinery. And they had their own consultants to, as it were, manage
this 40 million. What exactly was the 40 million for?
Mr. Chair, do I have the permission to respond? Okay.
Please go ahead.
So,
but before you go ahead, you know, Adam, he mentioned that the money was about 700 and something million. And then they make payment, and then the remaining 40 there they also paid. So you can explain more to you now.
Okay, so as I said, the execution and implementation of the entire Agenda 111 was sitting in the Office of Government Machinery in the Presidency. So they would generate all the bills. And from time to time, they would get the Ministry of Finance to release funds to give based on what magnitude of bills that sits with us. So we will send a request to let them know that we have so much bills. And then, because they cannot release funds to cover everything, they were releasing funds in tranches. So the 40 million was one of those tranche payments that was released to us to cover the bills outstanding with GIF at the time.
So in other words, the details did not come to you. The details sat with the Office of the Government Machinery.
Yes, please.
And these questions must be asked to the Office of the Government Machinery.
Yes, Mr. Chair. And as we speak now, all those in fact, we have actually been made to hand over all Agenda 111 projects, their assets and liabilities to the Ministry of Health. And we've since done that. We've done a reconciliation, auditors have gone through, and we've handed over.
Okay, so it means that the government intends to use the Ministry of Health to continue the Agenda 111. The Agenda 111 that is providing over 100 district hospitals,
Mr. Chairman,
to Ghanaians.
Suppose, yes, please.
Mr. Chairman, if I can please conclude with my questions. My next line of question is, Mr. Chairman, he is unable to explain or tell us the specific object for which the 40 million was supposed to be paid for. Which unit, department, or agency under the Office of Government Machinery was GIF dealing with regards to Agenda 111? Was there a specific secretariat created for Agenda 111?
See you.
Mr. Chair, for him to say I have not been able to respond, it's in doubt here. If he can make us clear what he means by object, he's talking about the object of the 40 million. And I have indicated that from time to time, the Office of Government Machinery will direct Ministry of Finance to release funds to GIF based on what IPCs that may have been submitted to us without payment. Because if they don't release funds, we can't pay the IPCs. So whatever bills they are relaying to us, Office of Government Machinery is aware, and so contractors are also aware that they have submitted a certificate that has to be paid. And so we would only wait for Ministry of Finance to release the funds. And the funds would be meant to cover IPCs that would be with us at that point in time. But we don't even decide which of them to pay. As I said from the beginning, a green letter would come from the presidency detailing out which contractors to be paid, and the amounts will be detailed alongside. And so we have no option to decide which to pay and which not to pay. Every directive was from the presidency. So that's the situation.
And so if something on, please, I had the floor. Please, these are follow-ups that you are doing. Please, take your time. Please, take your time, Adam. We are not at
No, I understand, Mr. Chairman. It's important that we arrive at
I agree.
a conclusion on an answer.
Don't interject, because I gave you the floor. I had the floor.
So please, when you are done, I will continue.
So the details would sit with the Office of the Government Machinery. And so if something goes wrong, it will appear in the books of the Office of the Government Machinery. And it will be flagged by the auditors, not to GIF, but to the Office of the Government Machinery. True or false?
True.
Simple matter.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully disagree with Vice Chair on this, because we are dealing with the institution that made the payment. The green letter from the presidency, and I would again want to ask, which office under the Office of Government Machinery was GIF dealing with regards to Agenda 111? And in the green letter specifying for the 40 million to be spent, what items, which contractors were listed in that green letter for which the 40 million was to be spent? This is a very specific question, Mr. Chairman.
Because, Adam, if you had listened to the director earlier, he answered your questions. He answered your questions in the point that the Office of the Government Machinery is headed by the Chief of Staff. If the Chief of Staff makes a request to GIF or to Ministry of Finance, and the amount is released to them to pay the contractors, he may not have the details. He has made that clear. It's up to you to find out from the auditors whether or not this position, it's in line with the laws, the stipulated laws, so that we make headway. This matter of trying to find out specifics,
Mr. Chairman,
he says he does not have it.
But Mr. Chairman, respectfully, just before GIF starts, we had the Deputy Chief of Staff in charge of administration and the Office of Government Machinery. In their response to an earlier question, they stated that at the Office of Government Machinery, they deal with about 46 or more units or departments. So I just want to know, which of these 46?
And he is here with us. And
so where is the CFO?
Asked and received questions.
Where is the CFO?
He's here.
Oh, CFO, you need to be answering these questions. So you'll be there, then you get a green letter from the Office of the President. Who normally signs these things? I speak in the microphone.
It was signed by the Chief of Staff, Honorable.
Chief of Staff, yeah. And then she will give you a schedule.
Yes, sir.
Of contractors to pay.
Yes.
Did you contract, these contractors, everything was done in the Office of the President, right?
Yes, Honorable.
So you was just to pay.
Yes, Honorable.
But right now, they are sending their assets and liabilities to Minister of Health. Isn't that what is going on?
Yes, there was a letter from the Ministry of Finance to transfer.
I don't know what your mandate is. Why were you used as a conduit to pay contractors for Agenda 111 when you didn't have, your mandate didn't cover those things?
Mr. Chair, I think that at the time, the reason why they used GIF was because as part of the mandate of GIF, we are able to set up sub-funds, and for that matter, set up companies. So at the time, this they felt they would need an SPV, and in this country, it is GIF that has that capacity to set up an SPV. And so for that reason, they got GIF involved so that we could set up the Health GIF. So that was the name, Health GIF. So Health GIF was set up essentially to execute all these projects. But the implementation agency was the presidency.
Could you provide this committee information on the 40 million Ghana cedis whom you pay to?
So GIF.
I've asked him a question.
All right. Mr. Chair, with all due respect, when the auditors came to do their special audit, all these were validated. They went through all that. The only discrepancy was the 40 million, which they felt wasn't, they couldn't find, But as I said earlier, it's a reconciliation issue because when they came, the entire expenditure was given them with a schedule. And the schedule totaled 1.6 million, which involves the 40 million we are talking about.
So you were getting the funding from finance?
From finance, please.
And then you will in turn pay contractors?
Pay IPCs that would be with us at that point in time.
IPCs with instructions from the chief of staff's
From the chief
office.
of staff, yes,
Doesn't
please.
that sound a little bit convoluted?
But that was the system that was put in place. Yes. The chief of staff would always direct, even though we would have about, let's say, 10 IPCs, the chief of staff letter could detail that pay 4 of them. And the amounts to pay would always be there. And it would tally the release, the funds released.
From finance?
Exactly. Yes, from finance.
That's interesting.
All right, so, and I think these are standard, for instance, the National Health Insurance Fund, NHI, there's some monies that belong to the Ministry of Health that is included in the fund that is released by Parliament. The Minister for Health writes to the Chief Executive Officer of NHI, directing him to release the funds for specific purposes. Just like the gift box, the NHI boss cannot say yes or no when indeed these payments are covered by IPCs. These are works that have been done under Agenda 111. And if these releases come to you, are you able to say yes or no? Please answer this for me.
Once we have the IPCs with us, verified and signed by the consultants, and then the chief of staff sends in the letters and mention the contractors to be paid, their names, the amounts to be paid, and it comes to us. We have no option but to pay.
All right, auditors, can you tell us on this committee that with respect to the Agenda 111 payment, the 40 million, did you see any discrepancy? Did you see any anomaly with the IPCs that were raised?
Mr. Chair, so it is the exact reason why it is an issue. That there was no supporting documentation. That is why it's being flagged. So if documentation existed, obviously we would have looked at it. And like the 81 million, we would have cleared it.
All right, so are you able to give us the IPCs involved? I mean, because the correspondent that came from the chief of staff came with IPCs attached to them.
Yes,
can you provide
Chair.
this committee
Chair,
with the IPCs?
Mr. Chair, you are right. We would have to get back because we've since transferred everything to the ministry, but we'll have to get back to them.
You've transferred everything under Agenda 111 to the Ministry of Health?
Yes, please.
All right. Please, get back to us and let us have the documentation. Thank you.
Adam, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I ask my last question, I would humbly demand that if GIF can furnish this committee with the letters from the Chief of Staff concerning all the payments made for Agenda 111, I think that it will help all of us for the interest of in protecting our public purse. But my last question to GIF, after payments are made, what internal mechanisms do you have in place to ensure that the monies are used for the intended purpose? For example, if Chief of Staff writes to you asking you to pay mobilization for a contractor for Agenda 111, how do you ensure that indeed the money collected from your coffers is used for the intended purpose?
Mr. Chair, with your kind permission, I would ask my CFO to respond.
CFO, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Chair, we had a payment process note from Ministry of Finance on how we pay IPCs. And therefore, it was very specific that initially the mobilization was done from Ministry of Finance where they onboard the contractors. And then the IPCs come from Chief of Staff with a green letter saying pay these people, and we pay. So the governance structure after that, if there's any verification, they had a lead consultant who sat at the Office of Government Machinery, who verifies who needs to be paid. So it wasn't just, we don't make that verification, we don't do that check. It's done by Office of Government Machinery with their lead consultant. So one of the exercises we did with the auditors was to get the lead consultant to go through the process that they went through with the Office of the Government Machinery so that they will get comfort around how the process was effected. And the auditors are here, they can confirm that.
See, sorry that I came in not long ago, but this is most unusual. When they give you the green letter, nothing else attached to it. PV is attached to it. So I would wish the guy who was there to answer.
CEO and Deputy CEO.
Would ask one of the schedule officers to respond to that.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. So, before effecting the process to pay contractors or consultants, what happened was a payment process note was approved between the Ministry of Finance and HealthGift Limited. So it detailed the process that IPCs that are received from the Office of the President generated from contractors through their supervising consultants through to the lead consultants must go through. And then we also in-house generated a checklist because, yes, you are right to say that we shouldn't just receive and pay. So as part of our checklist, we first off make sure that the bank accounts that are stated in the IPCs, it's not just the green paper, it's supported by the lead consultant's validation letter, also supported by the supervising consultant's letter to pay their contractors who they supervise. It's also supported by the actual interim payment certificate, which details work that has been done and how much is due the contractor for work done thus far. It also supported by the contract that was actually signed between the Office of the President and the contractor in question. So in our checklist, we make sure that all these things are on file. The contract, name of contractor, bank account, are they entitled to withholding tax exemptions? If they are, we check if the exemption letters are also on file. If not, we deduct 5% for works done, and then we pay the net amount due to them to their respective bank accounts. Thank you.
But this is where the auditors have flagged that the payment was not right. Isn't that what the auditors are saying? Or auditors, if you could say...
Mr. Chair, all these documentations and processes were made available to the auditors.
But the auditors have flagged it. So I want the auditors to tell us why they flagged it.
Mr. Chair, I have to say this again. These are claims that have been submitted for payment included in the schedule that Ministry of Finance gave to us to go and audit. So if it is a claim, the expectation is that there will be some underlying documentation to justify why that claim was being made, for payment to be made. And the finding is saying there were no documentation. So we have isolated that as pending validation upon receipt of the underlying documentation that makes that a claim.
The lady, madam, they are saying that they did not have documentation. Now you are telling the committee that there was documentation.
Okay, Minister of Finance want to come in. So you
Yes, Minister of... Oh, you are with Minister of Finance. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So I think there is a confusion here. The 40 million is a an outstanding bank transfer advice at the Controller and Accountant General. It is not a claim. It's a transfer that was supposed to go to GIF in order for them to pay claims. Not a claim, not for work done, but a transfer that's supposed to go to GIF in order for them to pay the claim. When I engage with the auditors, it's just like the statutory funds for national health. There's an allocation for national health. It goes to national health, a release is made, goes to BTA controller, then they do the transfer to national health, and national health use those transfers to pay their claims. The 40 million in question here is the same. It's just a transfer that was supposed to go to GIF in order for them to pay the claims that they are receiving from the office of the president. So I know for the process for validating this 40 million is to get the release letter and the warrant that came from the Ministry of Finance. In my engagement with the auditors, I was told that they received the warrant, but the signed letter, the release letter that was accompanying the warrant was missing. So therefore, they placed it under pending validation. So right now, the only reason to validate this 40 million is to ascertain the release letter that accompanied this BTA.
So where's the release letter?
The release letter will be at the...
Mr. Chair, yesterday we followed this up with the Controller and Accountant General. And so this morning, he made available to us those release letters. And so when we got here, we also sent same to the auditors. So we gave it to them today. The auditors have received it, the release letters. So that is the current status.
So with these release letters, if the Ministry of Finance, and for that matter, Controller and Accountant General, releases the 40 million to you, you will now receive instruction from the Minister or the Ministry of Health instead of the Office of the Government, because now the entire documentation surrounding Agenda 111 has been transferred to the Ministry of Health.
Mr. Chair, when we received the release letter, it only indicated that those monies were part of the monies that had been transferred to us already in 2024, May 2024. And that is what brought the total to 1.6. And that agrees with the schedule we gave to the auditors. And that is why I started by saying that it must be a reconciliation issue, which the auditors would have to probably come back to reconcile, because we gave them that schedule. And this release letter adds up to what brought us to the 1.6 million, which they already have. 1.6 billion, which they already have.
Were you there at the time of the audit?
Yes, last year they did the audit. I was at post.
And didn't they raise these issues with you?
Mr. Chair, at the time they raised the issues, they specifically talked about the 40 million,
yes,
which we had no idea. That is why when we were requested to come, we also decided to go to Minister of Finance.
But
they
sir,
didn't seem to have it, so we went to the controller yesterday to prevail on him to see, because they make the releases. So it was upon there, he called upon the chief of...
but sir,
Chief Cashier,
with
and
all
he
due
made
respect,
available.
with
Yes.
all due respect, don't let us drag this thing too far. You were not there when this thing happened. You came in at the time of the audit, but there were people in your organization who knew about the transfers. And that transfers, why didn't you ask your own people, hey, these people are raising an issue about the 40 million. Do you know anything about it? It was yesterday that you went to Controller and Accountant General. So all these months, what have you been doing? 40 million cedis is not chump change. Why didn't you find out about it? And here's a finance guy over here too, who could have helped you solve this problem.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable, we gave them the schedule of all the payments that we've received, and we also got them to reconcile it. When we went to controller, all they showed us was, they said, you've got 720 million that was scheduled for you in a budgetary allocation for 2021. We paid it over a 4-year period. Hence, the reason why you didn't realize that that 40 that was outstanding is in there. And we confirmed the figures. So when we saw them this morning, we went through them and said, look, we've seen these figures from controller, and it reconciles to what we have. But it's because it wasn't a separate payment. It was actually part of payment that was due from 2020, 2021, that are taking 4 years to come through. Thanks.
So why has it taken you so long? It's only yesterday that you have to go to controller to ascertain this, where audit was done last year.
Mr. Chairman, we are really sorry, and we will make sure we don't repeat that next time.
What I'm trying to find out, when the auditors came and they did the audit, and if they had told you that you will have to pay the 40 million Ghana cedis back from your own pocket, I'm sure you would have gotten up, even if you have to walk to Controller and Accountant General's office, you would have solved this thing. There are people in your organization who knew about these payments, but then we wait till a day before you come and meet Public Accounts Committee. My goodness.
Thank you very much. So, in a nutshell, this 40 million was supposed to be released to GIF, but the 40 million has not been released to GIF. Is that the case?
It has already been released to GIF in May 2024.
But Controller and Accountant General has not effected payment to you.
They have actually effected the payment.
So where is the 40 million as we speak?
So the 40 million is part of the total payments that had been made to contractors and was involved in the total sum of 1.6 billion, which the auditors, we made them aware of, except that they thought this 40 million would have been a separate 40 million.
Okay.
But our visit to controller has confirmed that it's already part of the 1.6 million
that has
which
already
we
been
have.
Okay.
And they have verified the 1.6 billion.
Auditors, this morning they showed you some documentations from controller. Have you seen those documents?
So, Honorable Chair, the document is just coming to my attention. That is what I'm holding. In terms of what...
you mean it has just come, you mean right now as we speak?
Yes, I'm just
Please, whom did you hand over these documentations to? Please put off your microphone.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Mr. Chair, this morning we sent it to Mr. Lawrence Ayagiba.
Mr. Lawrence.
Yes, they gave it to me when they came to appear, but because of the hearing, I didn't have to share it yet. Yeah, so now
please,
that I talk about it, I'm
kindly reconcile with them after this session, and probably maybe tomorrow you may want to report to the committee. Thank you.
So in addition to the auditors also, I mean, the 40 billion, you are not seeing any supporting documentation. Is that not the case?
Yes, as at the time of the audit, no, we hadn't seen any documentation. Otherwise, we would have approved it if the documentation were appropriate.
See, lack of documentation and then appropriateness of the documentation, that's why the auditors have flagged the 40 million Ghana cedis. So if you have, the name of the game is evidence. So if you have the evidence, produce to the auditors and we move forward because we need to chase our 40 million Ghana cedis. On that note, Deputy CEO and then the team, you are discharged, and then please liaise with the auditors so that you furnish the committee with relevant information. Thank you all. Colleagues?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We are drawing the curtains for today.
All right, thank you. So the committee continues its work tomorrow. And tomorrow we'll be looking at the claims and commitments of the District Assembly's Common Fund, the National Service Authority, the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Judicial Service, Ministry of Roads and Highways, Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Gender, Children and Social Protection Ministry, Ministry of Health, and the National Health Fund and Agenda 111. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we bring today's proceedings to a close. See you tomorrow at 9.